Hello everyone and welcome to War Sleep Stories. I'm here to guide you into a peaceful, restful state. If you enjoy these stories, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. It really helps us create more for you. Before we dive in, I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. Take a moment to settle in, get cozy, and let all your worries drift away. Now, close your eyes, relax, and let's begin this journey together. The air was salty, damp, and heavy with tension as the crew of the USS Philadelphia braced for the Mediterranean winds off the coast of Tripoli. Lieutenant Stephen Decatur, barely 25, but already commanding the respect of veterans twice his age, stood at the bow. His gaze pierced the horizon, the vast waters shimmering under the crescent moon. It wasn't just another night patrol. It was a lifeline for fledgling American pride. The Barbary pirates had been preying on merchant ships for decades, their ransom demands a stain on a young nation's honor. Tonight, Decatur vowed, America would push back. The ship's timbers groaned beneath Decatur's boots as he moved below deck to inspect the crew. Lanterns swung in rhythm with the waves, casting shadows on the men's faces. Some sharpened cutlasses, others loaded muskets, while the rest whispered hurried prayers. For many, this was their first deployment overseas, a far cry from the Boston docks or Chesapeake Bay. Decatur addressed them briefly, his voice steady and low, like a rock against the tide. Men, Aku, we are the knife at the enemy's throat. The world watches. Our families depend on us. Keep your wits sharp and your courage sharper. As the night deepened, a lookout shouted, "Sail! To the starboard!" The moment was ripe with suspense. As the American frigate closed the distance, the corsair ship veered sharply, attempting to flee back into the maze of coastal shallows. "They're running," barked one of Decatur's men, but Decatur's sharp eyes detected a ruse. "Hold steady," he barked. The pirates often lured their enemies into treacherous waters, where hidden reefs lay like teeth beneath the surface. Decatur, familiar with these waters from months of charts and scouting, by adjusting the dagged tops several times, they determined that the course often lured their enemies into treacherous waters, where hidden reefs lay like teeth beneath the surface. Kitatu said in his voice, "Kitatu." The chase was on. Below deck, Midshipman Charles Morris worked alongside the gun crews. Powder kegs were rolled into place, their acrid smell mingling with the sweat of sailors laboring in tight quarters. Morris, just 19, but eager to prove himself, felt the thrill of the hunt. He thought of home, his mother's tearful goodbye, his father's firm handshake. This was his chance to make them proud. The pirate ship slowed, then spun abruptly, bringing its broadside to bear. A flash lit the night as a cannon roared. The shot screamed over the Philadelphia, missing its mark. Decatur grinned. "They're nervous. Ready the guns." The order was swift, the response swifter. The American frigate unleashed its own salvo, its iron shot ripping through the corsair's rigging. Splinters and shouts filled the enemy deck. The Philadelphia closed in, its crew preparing for boarding. Decatur was the first to leap aboard, his cutlass gleaming in the moonlight. The courser's deck was chaos, smoke, fire, and panicked pirates scrambling to repel the American assault. Decatur's men followed, their boots hitting the planks in a synchronized rush. The clash of steel rang out as blades met, sparks flying. The pirates were fierce, their curved scimitars slicing through the night air, but the Americans fought with discipline and determination. Amid the melee, Morris found himself face to face with a towering pirate, his turban streaked with sweat and soot. The man lunged, his scimitar arcing down, but Morris sidestepped, his training kicking in. With a quick thrust, he drove his blade forward, catching the pirate off guard. The man fell, clutching his sides, and Morris felt a surge of both horror and triumph. The fight was over in minutes. The corsair crew, overwhelmed, surrendered. Decatur stood over the captured captain, his expression cold. "You'll answer for your crimes," he said simply. The Americans set to work, searching the ship for intelligence, charts, letters, anything that could reveal the Barbary fleet's plans. Below deck they found what they feared: a cargo hold filled with chained prisoners, stolen from captured ships. The back on the Philadelphia, the crew debated their next move. The rescued prisoners, weak from weeks in captivity, were given food and water. Decatur consulted his officers. "If we take this ship back to port, it's a victory for morale," he said. "But we risk exposing our position to the enemy." The decision weighed heavily. Every move in these waters was a gamble. In the end they burned the corsair. Flames lit up the sea as the pirate ship sank. Its secrets lost, but its terror extinguished. As the crew settled back into their routines, Decatur climbed to the quarterdeck, staring out at the horizon. The stars above were bright, unyielding, a silent reminder of the vast challenges ahead. "We're not just fighting pirates," he murmured to Morris, who stood beside him. "We're fighting for respect, for our future." The sun rose slowly over the Mediterranean, painting the sky in streaks of orange and gold. The USS Philadelphia sailed steadily away from the wreckage of the corsair, the smell of charred wood still lingering in the air. Lieutenant Stephen Decatur was at his post, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. Though the night's battle had been a success, he knew the Barbary pirates would not let such an affront go unanswered. They were notorious for their vengeance and cunning, often striking when least expected. Below deck the crew busied themselves with repairs. The previous night's engagement had left minor damage, a splintered railing here, a frayed rope there. Midshipman Charles Morris supervised the younger sailors. his hand still trembling from the fight. Though he had survived his first battle, the image of the pirates he had pressed down haunted him. Mademoiselle Paler's national long state. It was a necessary act, he reminded himself, but necessity did little to quiet the unease in his chest. By mid-morning, the Philadelphia approached the rendezvous point with Commodore Edward Preble's flagship, the USS Constitution. Preble was a hard man, known for his strict discipline and unrelenting expectations. As the Philadelphia drew alongside the towering frigate, Decatur prepared to deliver his report. The men aboard whispered about what awaited them next. As the Philadelphia drew into their assault, while others feared a retaliatory ambush, in the dim cabin of the USS Constitution, Commodore Preble reviewed Decatur's report with a stern expression. The two officers stood in silence, the only sounds the faint creaking of the ship and the rhythmic scratching of Preble's quill as he jotted notes. Finally, the Commodore looked up, his piercing gaze locking onto Decatur. "You've done well," he said, his voice measured, "but there's no room for complacency. The Pasha of Tripoli is emboldened. He must see that we will not falter." Decatur straightened. "What are your orders, sir?" Preble's response was swift. "We're moving into the harbor. It's time to cut the head off the snake. You'll lead a mission to destroy one of their key gunboats, cripple their defenses before they can retaliate." The weight of the assignment settled on Decatur, but he nodded without hesitation. "Understood, sir." Returning to the Philadelphia, Decatur gathered his officers to outline the plan. They would take a captured Tripolitan ketch, the Intrepid, disguise it as a merchant vessel, and infiltrate the heavily guarded harbor. The mission was dangerous, bordering on suicidal, but the men listened with resolve. For many, the thought of striking a decisive blow against the pirates outweighed their fear. Under cover of darkness, the Intrepid slipped away from the American fleet. Decatur stood at the helm, his every sense alert. The ketch's sails, patched and mismatched, blended seamlessly with the pirate ships docked in Tripoli's harbor. A tense silence filled the air, broken only by the lapping of waves against the hull. If they were discovered, there would be no escape. As they approached their target, a gunboat anchored near the fortress walls. The crew prepared for action. Muskets were checked, cutlasses sharpened, and powder kegs primed for detonation. Decatur issued final instructions in a hushed tone. "No noise, no hesitation. We strike fast and hard." The gunboat loomed ahead, its crew unaware of the approaching danger. Using long oars, the Americans maneuvered silently alongside it. Decatur was the first to leap aboard, his movements quick and precise. The pirates, caught off guard, scrambled to defend their vessel, but the Americans moved with lethal efficiency. In the chaos, Decatur's cutlass found its mark, his blade flashing in the moonlight as he led his men to secure the ship. With the gunboat subdued, Decatur's men worked swiftly to rig it with explosives. The plan was simple: destroy the ship, and sow chaos among the enemy fleet. Time was of the essence. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, the Americans prepared to withdraw. Decatur lingered, ensuring every charge was placed correctly. He was the last to leave the gunboat, his heart pounding as he jumped back onto the Intrepid. From a safe distance, the crew watched as the charges detonated. The explosion was deafening, a fireball erupting into the sky and sending shards of wood and metal raining down. The shock wave rocked the harbor, and shouts of alarm echoed from the fortress. The pirates scrambled to respond, but it was too late. The Americans were already retreating, their mission a resounding success. On board the Intrepid, the men cheered, their earlier fears replaced with exhilaration. When they reached their last boat, when they later did not turn to face them, they had struck a significant blow against the Barbary pirates, proving that the fledgling United States Navy was a force to be reckoned with. Yet as the Intrepid sailed back to rejoin the fleet, Decatur's thoughts turned to the battle still to come. Victory in one skirmish was not the same as winning the war. Decatur's thoughts turned to the battle still to come. Victory in one skirmish was not the same as winning the war. The success of the Intrepid's mission ignited a firestorm of activity in Tripoli. From the deck of the USS Philadelphia, Lieutenant Stephen Decatur watched the city awaken to chaos. Smoke curled above the harbor where the destroyed gunboat had once been moored, and the streets teemed with Tripolitans shouting orders and moving supplies. The Pasha of Tripoli would not take this blow lightly. "We've drawn blood," Midshipman Morris said quietly, standing beside Decatur. He still bore the youthful optimism of a first campaign, but his voice carried the weight of realization. "They'll come for us now." Decatur nodded. "And we'll be ready. Preble's orders are clear. We keep the pressure on them. The more they react, the more openings we create." The Philadelphia and its sister ships began a coordinated blockade of Tripoli's harbor. Every vessel attempting to leave or enter the city faced the full might of the American squadron. For days, the crew worked tirelessly, boarding suspicious ships, confiscating contraband, and driving smaller corsair vessels back into hiding. The blockade tested the endurance of every sailor, but it also tightened the noose around Tripoli's economy, choking off its abominable inspiration, boarding suspicious ships, confiscating contraband, and driving smaller corsair ships, confiscating contraband. The philosophical. One hot, sweltering afternoon, the lookout's cry shattered the monotony of the blockade. "Sail my horizon, eastward!" The crew sprang to life, each man taking his post as the Philadelphia prepared to intercept. The ship in question was a Tripolitan xebec, its triangular sails cutting through the waves like a predator. It bore the markings of a corsair, and Decatur wasted no time. "Raise full sail," he ordered, his voice sharp and commanding. "Let's see if they want to test us." The xebec altered its course, moving toward the shallows, where larger ships risked running aground. Decatur knew the waters well enough to navigate them. but he also knew the danger of overconfidence. The Philadelphia gave chase, her cannons primed, while smaller American vessels fanned out to cut off any escape routes. The Zebek's captain, realizing he was cornered, made a bold move. He turned his ship to face the Philadelphia and opened fire. The first volley fell short, splashing harmlessly into the sea, but it was enough to signal defiance. Decatur responded with a calculated barrage, his gunners aiming for the Zebek's masts and rudder. The American shots hit their mark, crippling the pirate ship and forcing its crew to surrender. As Decatur boarded the captured Xebec, he found more than just weapons and stolen goods. Hidden in the ship's hold were letters detailing plans for a coordinated counterattack against the American fleet. Decatur quickly dispatched the intelligence to Commodore Preble, knowing it could mean the difference between overrun the blockade and being overrun. With the Xebec captured and its crew in chains, the Philadelphia returned to the fleet. The captured pirates, defiant and unrepentant, were kept under heavy guard. Among them was a Tripolitan officer, his bearing proud despite his circumstances. He refused to speak during initial interrogation, but his eyes betrayed a mix of anger and respect when he looked at Decatur. "Do you think they'll give us useful information?" Morris asked as he helped oversee the prisoners. Decatur shook his head. "Not willingly. They're loyal to the Pasha and fear him more than they fear us. But their silence tells us something too. They're hiding something big." The officer's silence was broken that evening when one of the sailors, fluent in Arabic, overheard him muttering plans for a breakout. The crew acted swiftly, reinforcing the brig and doubling the guards. Decatur knew this was only a temporary measure. The real solution lay in breaking the pirates' morale, or their fleet. Commodore Preble's orders came swiftly. The blockade would escalate into a full-scale bombardment. The American fleet was to target Tripoli's coastal defenses, crippling their ability to retaliate and forcing the Pasha to negotiate. It was a high-risk strategy, as the heavily fortified city bristled with cannons and gun emplacements. The first bombardment began under the cover of darkness. The USS Constitution led the charge, its massive guns roaring to life and hurling cannonballs into the heart of the city. The Philadelphia and other ships followed suit, their broadsides lighting up the night. From the shore, the Tripolitans returned fire, their cannons booming in defiance. Decatur stood on the Philadelphia's deck, issuing orders amid the chaos. Explosions lit the harbor, and the acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. Around him, his men worked with precision, reloading cannons and dousing small fires sparked by enemy shots. Each blast shook the ship, but the crew remained steady, their resolve unbroken. The bombardment continued into the early hours of the morning. By the time the sun rose, the damage was clear. Several enemy fortifications lay in ruins, and fires raged in parts of the city. The American fleet had taken hits as well, with minor injuries among the crew and some damage to the ships. Yet morale remained high. The sailors knew they were striking a blow for their fledgling nation, proving that America would not bow to tyranny. The blockade continued to strangle Tripoli's defenses, but the enemy's cunning was not to be underestimated. On a fateful October morning, as the USS Philadelphia patrolled near the coast, disaster struck. While pursuing a Tripolitan corsair into shallower waters, the ship ran aground on an uncharted reef. Despite frantic efforts to free her, the Philadelphian remained hopelessly stuck. Lieutenant Stephen Decatur watched helplessly as the Tripolitans mobilized their forces. Small boats swarmed out from the harbor, armed to the teeth. With the Philadelphia immobilized and its cannons useless at such an angle, Captain Bainbridge made a harrowing decision. He ordered the crew to scuttle the ship, spiking the guns and destroying vital documents to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. As the Tripolitans closed in, Bainbridge gave the order to abandon ship. The crew was taken captive, marched through the streets of Tripoli as a grim trophy. Among the prisoners, the men faced the humiliating prospect of captivity, while their ship, a symbol of American service, was salvaged and brought into enemy service. The loss of the Philadelphia was a devastating blow to the fleet's morale, but Commodore Edward Preble refused to let it stand. In a tense meeting aboard the USS Constitution, Preble devised a daring plan to destroy the captured frigate before it could be used against them. The mission would require stealth, precision, and incredible bravery. Preble's gaze fell on Decatur. "You're the man for this task. Take the Intrepid. Disguise her once more as a merchant vessel, and infiltrate the harbor. Destroy the Philadelphia by any means necessary." Decatur accepted without hesitation, though he understood the gravity of the mission. It was not just about destroying a ship, it was about restoring the Navy's honor. The men who volunteered for the operation did so knowing it was likely a one-way journey. Their resolve was unshakable, their loyalty to Decatur absolute. As the Intrepid sailed toward Tripoli under the cover of night, the crew prepared for the perilous mission ahead. Decatur gathered his men on deck, addressing them in a voice steady with determination. "Tonight we strike not just for the Philadelphia, but for every sailor who has suffered under the Pasha's tyranny. Our mission is clear. We will destroy the ship and deny our enemy its prize." The men responded with a quiet nod, their faces set with grim resolve. Below deck, the crew rigged barrels of explosives and sharpened their weapons. The air was thick with tension, each man lost in his thoughts. For some it was a prayer, for others a memory of home. As the Intrepid approached the harbor, the silhouette of the Philadelphia came into view now flying the flag of Tripoli. The sight ignited a fire in Decatur's chest. This was no longer a ship. It was a challenge to everything the Navy stood for. The Intrepid glided silently into the harbor, its crew maintaining perfect discipline. Disguised as a local vessel, the ship aroused no suspicion as it drew alongside the Philadelphia. Decatur led the boarding party, his every movement calculated and deliberate. The assault was swift and brutal. The Tripolitan guards aboard the Philadelphia were caught completely off guard. Decatur and his men dispatched them with precision, ensuring the ship was secured before raising the alarm. With the Philadelphia under their control, the crew worked quickly to set it ablaze. Barrels of pitch and tar were ignited, and the flames spread rapidly, devouring the frigate's timbers. The glow of the fire lit up the harbor, and the sound of shouts and cannon fire filled the night. The Tripolitans scrambled to respond, but it was too late. Decatur and his men returned to the Intrepid, narrowly evading enemy fire as they made their escape. From a safe distance, the Americans watched as the Philadelphia was consumed by flames. Its masts collapsed, and the hull sank beneath the waves. The mission was a resounding success, hailed as one of the most daring naval operations in history. The destruction of the Philadelphia sent shockwaves through Tripoli. Commodore Preble seized the momentum, intensifying the blockade and launching a series of bombardments against the city's defenses. American gunners targeted key fortifications, whilst smaller vessels harried the enemy's supply lines. The fleet's successes were not without cost. The Tripolitans fought back with tenacity, using their knowledge of the coastline to outmaneuver the larger American ships. Casualties mounted on both sides, and the strain of constant battle weighed heavily on the sailors. Decatur, now celebrated as a hero, found little solace in his newfound fame. He spent his days planning the next offensive, his mind always on the men still held captive in Tripoli. For him, the war was far from over. As 1804 drew to a close, the balance of power began to shift. The relentless American assault weakened Tripoli's resolve, and whispers of discontent spread among the city's defenders. The Pasha's coffers ran low, and his alliances began to falter. In January 1805, a bold new strategy emerged. A ground assault led by William Eaton, the former U.S. consul to Tunis. Eaton proposed rallying local forces to overthrow the Pasha and install his exiled brother as the ruler of Tripoli. The plan was risky, but it offered a chance to end the war decisively. Dequire watched with interest as Eaton prepared his expedition. Though his role remained at sea, he knew the success of Eaton's campaign could spell the end of Tripoli's reign of terror. For now his focus remained on the blockade, ensuring the Pasha had no avenue of escape. In the early month of 1805, whispers of a bold land campaign reached the fleet. William Eaton, the former U.S. consul to Tunis, had begun organizing a ground force to march across the North African desert. His plan was audacious, with a small contingent of U.S. Marines and local mercenaries. He aimed to capture the city of Derna and pressure Tripoli into surrender. Eaton's gamble was a stark departure from the naval blockade strategy, but it held the promise of turning the tide. Lieutenant Stephen Decatur, ever committed to the cause, watched from the deck of the USS Argus as Eaton's force prepared to set out. The Marines, led by First Lieutenant Presley O'Bannon, stood as a stark contrast to the ragtag mix of Bedouins, Greeks, and others who made up the rest of Eaton's army. It was a coalition of necessity, held together by promises of payment and shared enmity toward the Pasha. Last evening the captain's most faithful associates had made it this far. Though Decatur's duty kept him at sea, he couldn't help but feel a kinship with the men embarking on the perilous mission. Their courage mirrored his own, and their success would mean everything for the captives in Tripoli and the honor of the United States. Eaton's march across the desert was grueling. From Alexandria, his force of roughly 500 men began the 500-mile trek to Derna. Supplies were scarce, and morale ebbed and flowed with the harsh conditions. Sandstorms ripped through their camps, and tempers flared between the diverse factions within the force. In his journal, Eaton described the march as a constant battle, not against an enemy, but against the elements. The heat of the sun is oppressive beyond measure, he wrote, and the loyalty of our allies as fleeting as the mirages that taunt us. Despite the hardships, Eaton's leadership and O'Bannon's steady presence kept the force moving. They reached Derna in late April, battered but determined. Eaton sent a message to the city's governor, demanding its surrender. The reply was to fight. Derna would fight to the last man. On April 27th, 1805, Eaton launched his assault on Derna, supported by naval bombardment from the USS Nautilus, Argus, and Hornet. The ground force began its attack. Decatur, commanding the naval operations, coordinated the bombardment with precision, his experience evident in every decision. From the shore, Eaton's army surged forward, facing a hail of musket fire from the city's defenders. The Marines, under O'Bannon's command, led the charge with discipline and determination. Amid the chaos, the American flag was raised over a captured battery, a moment that would become iconic in Marine Corps' history. Decatur watched the battle unfold through his spyglass, his heart pounding with every explosion. When the defenders finally retreated, leaving the city in Eaton's hands, a cheer erupted from the sailors on deck. Derna had fallen, and the victory was a testament to the resilience and bravery of Eaton's force. The capture of Derna sent shockwaves through the Pasha's court. For the first time, Tripoli faced a credible threat on land. The combination of Eton's success and the unrelenting naval blockade forced the Pasha to reconsider his position. Commodore Preble, replaced by Commodore Samuel Barron due to health issues, continued to press the advantage. The fleet intensified its bombardments, targeting Tripoli's remaining fortifications and supply lines. Decatur, now a seasoned leader, played a pivotal role in these operations, and his reputation as a fearless and cunning officer cemented. As the weeks passed, negotiations began in earnest. The Pasha, desperate to end the war, sought terms that would allow him to save face. For the Americans, the primary goal was the release of their captives and the end of piracy against their ships. Peace talks between the United States and Tripoli were fraught with tension. Tobias Lear, the U.S. Consul General, led the negotiations on behalf of the Americans. Lear's approach, however, sparked controversy among the fleet. Many, including Decatur, felt the terms were too lenient. The eventual treaty, signed in June 1805, secured the release of American prisoners and an end to Tripolitan aggression. However, it required the U.S. to pay a ransom for the captives, a bitter pill for the Navy's officers who had fought so hard to break the Pasha's power. Decatur's frustration was palpable. "We've won every battle, yet we pay them to release our men?" He confided to Morris. "It feels as though we've surrendered something greater than money." Despite these misgivings, the treaty marked the end of America's first overseas conflict. The war had demonstrated the resilience of the fledgling Navy and solidified the United States' position on the world stage. As the American fleet departed the Barbary coast, Decatur reflected on the journey. The war had tested them in ways few could have imagined. They had faced the harshness of the sea, the cunning of their enemies, and the weight of responsibility that came with representing a young nation. For Decatur, the lessons of the conflict would stay with him for the rest of his career. The Barbary Wars had shown the world that the United States would not be bullied or cowed. It had also forged bonds of brotherhood among those who had fought together, bonds that would endure long after the cannons fell silent. The sight of the open ocean brought a sense of peace. Though the war was over, the work of building America's naval legacy was just beginning. As the American fleet made its journey back to the United States, a wave of relief swept over the sailors. For years, they had endured the trials of war, the unrelenting sun of the Mediterranean, and the ever-present threat of death. Now, they sailed home victorious, their mission accomplished. Lieutenant Stephen Decatur spent much of the voyage reflecting on the cost of the conflict, the men they had lost, the trials endured, and the scars, both physical and emotional, that many carried home, the capture of Derna and the daring resilience of the Philadelphia had cemented their legacy, but it was the unity and resilience of the crew that stood out most in Decatur's mind. When they arrived in Boston Harbor, the sight of cheering crowds brought tears to the eyes of even the most stoic sailors. Their return was met with parades, speeches, and celebrations honoring their bravery. For Decatur, the accolades were bittersweet. While he took pride in their accomplishments, his mind was already on the Navy's future and the battles yet to come. In Washington, the halls of Congress echoed with debates about the Barbary War's lessons. President Thomas Jefferson lauded the Navy's achievements, crediting the sailors and Marines with securing America's maritime future. Decatur, along with other key officers, was summoned to the Capitol to be honored. The Congress was crediting the sailors and Marines with securing America's maritime future. Decatur, along with other key officers, was summoned to the Barb's battlefield to present the winners to the king. Decatur met with Jefferson in the White House, where the president expressed his personal gratitude. "Your actions, Lieutenant Decatur, have shown the world what this young republic is capable of," Jefferson said. "The Navy will be the backbone of our nation's security, and you have set a standard for generations to come." The recognition was humbling, but Decatur's thoughts remained practical. The war had revealed the Navy's strengths, but also its limitations. He became a vocal advocate for expanding the fleet and training future officers to uphold the principles forged during the Barbary Wars. In the years that followed the Barbary Wars, Decatur dedicated himself to sharing the lessons of their campaign. He visited naval academies, sharing stories of valor and ingenuity. The destruction of the Philadelphia became a textbook example of daring and strategy, studied by officers in training. Decatur emphasized the importance of discipline and preparation. "Victory is not won solely in battle," he told young recruits. "It is earned in the endless hours of practice, in the quiet moments of planning, and in the unwavering trust between comrades." The Navy's focus on building a professional and disciplined force paid dividends. Decatur's insights helped shape a new generation of officers, ensuring that the lessons of the Barbary Wars would not be forgotten. For the U.S. Marines, the Barbary Wars were a defining chapter in their history. The raising of the American flag over Derna became an enduring symbol of their resilience and courage. Lieutenant Presley O'Bannon, who had led the charge, became a legend in his own right. The Navy crossed Dominion, and on February 16th last year, the Barbary Wars were a defining chapter in their history. Decatur and O'Bannon maintained a mutual respect forged in the fires of battle. They often exchanged letters reflecting on the challenges they had faced. Decatur marveled at the Marines' discipline and the bond they shared. "Your men," he wrote to O'Bannon, "taught us all what it means to stand resolute in the face of overwhelming odds." The legacy of the Barbary Wars lived on in the Marine Corps' traditions, embodied in their unofficial motto, "From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli." As the United States grew, so did its Navy. The lessons of the Barbary Wars informed the construction of larger, more powerful ships and the establishment of a permanent naval force. Decatur played a crucial role in these developments, advocating for modern tactics and technologies. He took pride in mentoring young officers, instilling in them the values that had guided him during the conflict. Among them was a fierce independence and a belief in the Navy's role as a defender of American sovereignty. "We are the shield of our nation," he often said, "and we must be ever ready to rise to its defense." Decatur's influence extended beyond the Navy. His actions inspired a generation of Americans to embrace the ideals of courage, unity, and perseverance. The Barbary Wars had shown the world that the United States was a force to be reckoned with, and Decatur stood as a symbol of that strength. Stephen Decatur's return from the Barbary Wars marked the beginning of a meteoric rise in his naval career. Praised as a national hero, he became one of the youngest men in U.S. history to receive the rank of captain. Despite his newfound fame, Decatur remained grounded, his focus fixed on the Navy's mission and the sailors who served under him. As the U.S. sought to solidify its presence on the global stage, Decatur was assigned command of the USS Chesapeake, a testament to his growing reputation. The ship symbolized America's determination to protect its maritime interests, and Decatur saw his command as a continuation of the ideals forged during the Barbary Wars. His leadership style, a blend of discipline and camaraderie, earned him the unwavering loyalty of his crew. Decatur often walked the decks, speaking with his men and ensuring they understood their importance in the Navy's broader mission. "Each of you," he told them, "is a thread in the fabric of our nation's defense. Together, we are unbreakable." Despite his successes, Decatur could not escape the memories of the Barbary Wars. The sight of the Philadelphia ablaze in Tripoli's harbor haunted him, a constant reminder of the sacrifices made during the conflict. In quieter moments, he reflected on the men who had perished, their lives cut short by the harsh realities of war. He often visited the families of fallen sailors, sharing stories of their bravery and offering what comfort he could. For Decatur, these visits were not just a duty, they were a way to honor the bonds forged in battle. He carried their memory with him, using it as a source of strength in the face of new challenges. One such visit brought him to the home of a young sailor who had died during the capture of Derna. The sailor's mother, tears in her eyes, thanked Decatur for his kindness. "He spoke of you often," she said. "You gave him hope when there was none." Decatur left the home with a renewed sense of purpose. His role, he realized, extended beyond the battlefield. It was about preserving the legacy of those who had given everything for their country. As the United States sought to secure its place on the global stage, tensions with Britain began to escalate. The Royal Navy's practice of impressment, forcing American sailors into British service, ignited outrage across the young nation. Decatur, like many of his peers, viewed the practice as an affront to American sovereignty. In 1812, the simmering tensions erupted into war. The conflict, later known as the War of 1812, tested the Navy's resolve once again. Decatur, commanding the USS United States, prepared his crew for the challenges ahead. The lessons of the Barbary Wars had prepared him well, and he was determined to apply them in defense of his nation. "War is upon us," he told his crew as they readied the ship. "But we are not the same Navy we were in Tripoli. We are stronger, wiser, and ready to face whatever lies ahead." One of Decatur's most famous engagements during the War of 1812 came on October 25, 1812. Commanding the USS United States, he encountered the British frigate HMS Macedonia off the coast of Madeira. The battle that followed would become a defining moment in his career. As the two ships closed the distance, Decatur's orders were precise and calm. The United States opened fire first, its broadsides striking the Macedonian with devastating accuracy. The British ship attempted to maneuver, but Decatur anticipated their every move, positioning his ships to deliver crippling blows. After 2 hours of intense fighting, the Macedonian struck her colors, signaling surrender. Decatur's victory was celebrated as a triumph of American ingenuity and skill. The capture of the Macedonian was not only a tactical victory, but a symbolic one, proving that the U.S. Navy could stand toe-to-toe with the world's greatest maritime power. The Macedonian was brought back to the United States, where it was refitted and commissioned into the U.S. Navy. Decatur's triumph was hailed across the nation, solidifying his status as one of its greatest naval commanders. With victory came new responsibilities. Decatur's success in battle made him a key figure in shaping the Navy's strategy during the War of 1812. He was consulted on everything from ship designs to training regimens, his insights drawn from years of first-hand experience. But the war also brought new challenges. The blockade of American ports by the British Navy strained resources and morale. Decatur, assigned to the USS President, faced the daunting task of breaking through the blockade to protect American shipping and harass British trade. In the cold January of 1815, Decatur attempted to sail the President past the British blockade of New York. The mission ended in a fierce engagement with a British squadron. Though Decatur fought valiantly, the President was ultimately captured. The loss was a bitter moment in an otherwise illustrious career. The Decatur's conduct earned him the respect of friend and foe alike. The capture of the USS President was a moment of profound disappointment for Stephen Decatur and his crew. News of their defeat spread quickly, met with a mixture of frustration and admiration. While the loss stung, Decatur's courage during the battle only further solidified his reputation as a fearless leader. In his captivity aboard British ships, he was treated with respect and acknowledgement of his status as one of America's premier naval commanders. The War of 1812 was grinding toward its conclusion. Peace negotiations had been underway for months, culminating in the Treaty of Ghent in December 1814. Though the treaty restored the status quo antebellum, many Americans, Decatur included, felt a sense of unfinished business. Impressment had not been formally addressed, but the war had shown the world that the United States would not back down in defense of its sovereignty. When Decatur returned to the United States, he was welcomed as a hero. He used his platform to advocate for a stronger navy, emphasizing that American independence was inseparable from maritime strength. His speeches and writings resonated with a population eager to protect their newfound sense of national pride. With the War of 1812 behind him, Decatur turned his attention back to the Barbary coast. While the conflict with Britain had raged, the Barbary states resumed their attacks on American ships, believing the United States too preoccupied to respond. This renewed piracy was unacceptable to Decatur, and the Navy. In 1815, Decatur was given command of a powerful squadron and dispatched to the Mediterranean to deal with the Barbary powers once and for all. The squadron included some of the Navy's most formidable ships, such as the USS Guerriere, the USS Constellation, and the USS Macedonia. In 1815, Decatur was given command of a powerful squadron and dispatched to the Matin's most formidable ships, such as the USS Kentasilian, the Velasquez Macedonian, and the USS Macedonian, and the USS Macedonian. Decatur's approach was swift and decisive. In June 1815, he engaged and captured the flagship of the Algerian fleet, forcing the Dey of Algiers to negotiate. The resulting treaty freed all American captives, eliminated tribute payments, and established a precedent of American strength. Similar agreements were quickly reached with Tunis and Tripoli, marking the true end of the Barbary threat. Decatur returned to the United States, a conquering hero. His actions against the Barbary states were celebrated, as a definitive statement of American resolve. Barbary states were significantly advanced from American shores. Persia was continuing to reach out for more members. Persia was recognized as a significant power on the global stage. Quirón and Los Bolívar. Despite the accolades, Decatur remained focused on his duties. Appointed to the Board of Navy Commissioners, he worked tirelessly to modernize the fleet and improve the lives of sailors. He championed the construction of new ships, the development of better training programs, and reforms aimed at reducing corruption within the Navy's ranks. For Decatur, the lessons of his campaigns were clear. The Navy was not merely a tool of war, but a vital institution that safeguarded America's future. His vision inspired a new generation of naval leaders, many of whom considered him their greatest mentor. As Decatur's influence grew, so too did his political enemies. The Navy's rapid expansion and Decatur's outspoken nature made him a target for those who opposed his vision. Among his most bitter rivals was Commodore James Barron, whose reputation had been tarnished after the controversial surrender of the Chesapeake in 1807. Tensions between the two men reached a breaking point in 1820, when Barron challenged Decatur to a duel. Despite his reservations, Decatur accepted, bound by the code of honor that governed their era. The duel, held on March 22, 1820, would prove to be a tragic chapter in Decatur's life. Both men fired, and Decatur was gravely wounded. As he lay dying, he reportedly forgave Barron, his final words reflecting the dignity and courage that had defined his life. Decatur's death sent shockwaves through the nation, robbing it of one of its greatest heroes at the height of his influence. Stephen Decatur's funeral was a national event, attended by thousands who came to pay their respects. His legacy was celebrated not only in the Navy, but throughout the country. Monuments were erected in his honor, and his name became synonymous with patriotism and bravery. For the Navy, Decatur's loss was deeply felt, but his contributions lived on. His emphasis on discipline, strategy, and the importance of a strong maritime presence shaped the Navy's identity for decades. The lessons of the Barbary Wars and the War of 1812 became the foundation of American naval doctrine, ensuring that Decatur's vision endured. Though Decatur's life was cut short, his influence on American history was profound. He exemplified the ideals of honor, courage, and dedication, inspiring generations of sailors and citizens alike. His victories in battle and his tireless advocacy for the Navy's future secured his place as one of America's most enduring heroes. As the nation grew, so too did its navy, carrying forward Decatur's legacy. From the Barbary coast to the far reaches of the globe, the spirit of Stephen Decatur remained a guiding light, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, resolve and unity could achieve greatness. Stephen Decatur's life and actions left an indelible mark on the United States Navy and the nation he so fervently served. From the burning of the Philadelphia to the decisive victories in the Barbary Wars and the War of 1812, Decatur embodied the principles of courage, ingenuity, and devotion to duty. His daring deeds became legendary, inspiring a nation still finding its place in the world. Decatur's famous toast, "Our country, in her intercourse with foreign nations, may she always be in the right, but our country, right or wrong," resonated deeply with his contemporaries and continues to echo through history. It reflected his unwavering patriotism and commitment to defend the ideals upon which the United States was founded. In the decades following his death, the Navy grew into a formidable force, fulfilling the vision Decatur had championed. His strategies and leadership principles were studied and emulated, shaping the modern Navy into a symbol of American strength and resilience. The evening air carried the crisp bite of autumn as Colonel Joseph Hamilton Davies sat by the campfire, quill in hand. Around him, the Kentucky wilderness hummed with the muted chirps of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves. His militia comrades, men of frontier resolve and restless courage, whispered among themselves, sharpening blades of soldiering. His letter to Anne, his beloved wife, grew longer with every scratch of the quill. He had always been a man of words as much as deeds. Before joining General Harrison's campaign, Davies had been a respected attorney, renowned for his fiery courtroom speeches. Yet here, in the heart of Indiana Territory, eloquence felt inadequate. How could he describe the enormity of their mission to her, the gravity of their march against Prophetstown and the Shawnee leader known as the Prophet? "My dear Anne," he wrote, "I find myself surrounded by men whose spirits shine brighter than any I have encountered. Yet my heart carries the weight of what lies ahead. Our cause is just, to ensure peace for our families and the safety of our land. Still, I cannot ignore the shadow that falls over my thoughts. This land we march upon feels heavy with history, as if the trees themselves lament the violence we bring." He paused, the quill suspended mid-air. Around the fire, the men were sharing stories, tales of home, of wives and sweethearts left behind, of children too young to understand why their fathers had gone to war. Davies had a daughter too, her laughter the sweetest music he had ever known. He felt the familiar pang of longing, tempered by a sense of duty. The fire crackled, and he folded the letter carefully, tucking it into his coat. Davis turned his gaze to the stars, a glittering expanse that seemed as eternal as the land they sought to conquer. The Shawnee Confederation, under Tenskwatawa, the prophet, and his brother Tecumseh, had become a symbol of defiance against American expansion. Prophet's Town, their spiritual and political stronghold, was not merely a village. It was a beacon of resistance. For weeks, Harrison's army had marched through difficult terrain, battling not only the wilderness, but also the specter of fear that loomed over them. The stories of the prophet's supernatural powers, his ability to curse his enemies and render his warriors immune to bullets, spread like wildfire among the troops. Davies, ever the rationalist, dismissed such tales. Yet he could not ignore the palpable tension that gripped the camp. As the senior officer among the mounted riflemen, he was responsible for keeping morale high. It was a duty he bore with pride, but tonight even his usual optimism faltered. "Colonel," a voice called from the darkness. A young lieutenant approached, his face shadowed in the flickering light. "General Harrison requests your counsel." Davies rose, brushing off the dust from his coat. "Very well," he said, his tone firm, despite the unease that stirred within him. He glanced back at the fire, and the men gathered around it. They looked up at him with a mixture of trust and expectation, their faces illuminated by the orange glow. As he walked toward Harrison's tent, Davies couldn't shake the feeling that history itself was watching. Every step he took felt like a stride toward an unknown precipice. Prophet's Town lay ahead, shrouded in the mist of the Wabash River. What lay beyond it? Only the night gathered chill, and major questions remained. Prophet's Town lay ahead, shrouded in the mist of the Wabash River. What lay beyond it lay sky. Davies ducked into the dimly lit tent where General William Henry Harrison stood over a map, his expression set in stern concentration. The general, a man of both political ambition and military precision, greeted Davies with a nod. Around the table, other officers leaned in, their faces lined with fatigue and determination. "The scouts have confirmed it," Harrison began, tracing a finger along the map. "The prophet and his warriors are entrenched at Prophet's Town. Their numbers are significant, but we have the advantage of discipline and firepower." Davies studied the map, noting the position of the Wabash River and the surrounding woods. The terrain would be challenging, especially for the mounted units under his command. "Do we have any indication of Tecumseh's whereabouts?" Davies asked. Harrison shook his head. "He's still away, rallying more tribes to his cause. That gives us a window of opportunity, but we must act swiftly. The prophet is a clever leader. He knows how to manipulate his people." "Manipulation or faith?" Davis murmured, more to himself than to the room. Harrison's gaze hardened. Faith has its place, Colonel, but not when it threatens the security of the frontier. We march tomorrow. Make sure your men are ready. Davies nodded, his mind already turning to the preparations needed. As the officers dispersed, he lingered for a moment, looking at the map. Prophetstown was more than a military target. It was a symbol of defiance against the expansion of a young nation. The battle ahead would not only decide the fate of the Shawnee, but also test the resolve of men like Davies, who carried the weight of their duty on their shoulders. Outside the tent, the camp was alive with activity. Soldiers prepared their weapons, checked their mounts, and whispered prayers into the night. Davies walked among them, offering words of encouragement where he could. One of his younger soldiers, a boy barely old enough to hold a rifle, looked up at him with wide eyes. "Colonel, do you think we'll win?" "Yeah. We will be successful if we conquer the province of the Deep Bull Sea." Davy placed a steady hand on the boy's shoulder. "Victory is never certain, son, but courage, that is always within our power." As the night deepened, Davies returned to his own tent. He lay on his cot, staring at the canvas above him. Sleep would not come easily, not with the weight of tomorrow pressing down on him. In the distance, the faint sound of a drum echoed through the trees, a rhythmic beat that sent a chill down his spine. The storm was coming. The morning air was heavy with fog, clinging to the soldiers' coats as they formed ranks. Colonel Joseph Davies tightened his gloves against the chill, his horse shifting beneath him as he surveyed the column. Behind him, the rumble of wagons and the snorting of restless mounts blended with the low murmur of men speaking in hushed tones. Prophetstown lay less than a day's march ahead, and the tension among the troops was palpable. "Keep the lines tight," Davies called, his voice cutting through the morning stillness. "Stay vigilant, eyes on the tree line." The terrain grew more unforgiving with every mile. Mud clung to boots and wheels, slowing their progress. The thick canopy overhead dripped with dew, and every creak of branches or sudden bird call sent nervous glances darting toward the woods. The soldiers knew they were being watched as Shawnee warriors shadowing their advance, moving like ghosts through the underbrush. Davies rode alongside Captain Spencer, one of the more experienced officers in the militia. The two men exchanged few words, both focused on the task ahead. It was Spencer who broke the silence. "Do you think the Prophet will fight, or will he run?" Davies considered the question. "He won't run," he said finally. "Prophetstown is more than a village. It's a symbol. If he flees, he loses everything." Spencer nodded grimly. "Then he'll fight like a man with nothing to lose." The words hung in the air as the column pressed on. By midday, the soldiers paused to rest, their faces drawn and weary. Davis dismounted, stretching his legs as he walked among the men. He stopped near a group of younger recruits, their uniforms already stained with mud. "Colonel," one of them ventured, his voice trembling slightly, "is it true what they say, that the Prophet's warriors can't be killed?" Davis knelt to meet the boy's gaze, his tone firm but calm. "It's a story, nothing more. Bullets are no respecters of myths or men. Remember your training. Stay with your unit, and you'll come through." The boy nodded, though his hands still shook as he adjusted the strap on his rifle. Davis stood and surveyed the camp. These men were brave, but they were also human, young, inexperienced, and vulnerable to the whispers of fear that crept through the ranks like poison. As the column resumed its march, the landscape began to change. The ground sloped upward, and the trees thinned, revealing glimpses of open prairie. Prophet's town was near. Davis felt a surge of determination, tempered by a flicker of doubt. What awaited them beyond the ridge? By late afternoon, the army reached the edge of a small clearing near Prophetstown. General Harrison ordered the men to halt and establish camp, choosing a slightly elevated position surrounded by trees. It was a tactical decision meant to give them the advantage of defense should the Shawnee attack under cover of darkness. Davies supervised the cavalry as they dismounted and began constructing a defensive perimeter. The men worked quickly, stacking logs and clearing brush to create barriers. Fires were lit, casting flickering shadows across the clearing as the sun dipped below the horizon. "Colonel Davies!" a voice called. He turned to see a scout jogging toward him, his face flushed with urgency. "The Prophet's warriors are gathering near the river. Looks like they're preparing for something." Davies nodded, his expression unreadable. "Report to General Harrison. Tell him we'll be ready." As the scout hurried off, Davies called for his officers to assemble. The men gathered around him, their faces serious, as he relayed the news. "We hold this position tonight," he said. "Double the sentries and keep the men alert. If they come, they'll strike before dawn." Captain Spencer frowned. "Do you think they'll risk it?" "They've got the numbers and they've got the will," Davies replied. "We'd be fools to underestimate them." Night fell quickly, the air growing colder as the camp settled into an uneasy quiet. Davis walked the perimeter, checking on the sentries and offering words of encouragement. The men stood stiffly, their muskets clutched tightly, their eyes scanning the dark forest beyond the flickering firelight. In the distance, the faint sound of drums echoed through the trees, a slow, deliberate rhythm that seemed to pulse with menace. "They're trying to rattle us," Spencer said, joining Davis at the edge of the camp. "It's working," Davis muttered, though he kept his voice low. He glanced back at the camp, where soldiers huddled close to the fires, their faces pale. The hours dragged on, each one heavier than the last. At some point, the drums stopped, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Davis leaned against a tree, his hand resting on the hilt of his saber. His thoughts drifted to Anne and their daughter, to the quiet life he'd left behind in Kentucky. "Colonel," a sentry whispered, snapping him back to the present. "Do you hear that?" Davies strained his ears. At first, there was nothing but the whisper of wind through the trees. Then he heard it, a faint rustling, followed by the unmistakable snap of a twig. He straightened, his hand tightening on his saber. "Alert the lines," he said quietly but firmly. The sentry nodded and moved quickly to spread the word. Within moments, the camp was alive with muted activity as soldiers readied their weapons and took their positions. Davies moved to the center of the camp, his heart pounding in his chest. The woods around them seemed to hold its breath. Then, without warning, a war cry shattered the silence, followed by the crack of musket fire. The battle had begun. The war cry ripped through the night like a jagged tear, sending a shiver through the camp. In an instant, the darkness was alive with chaos. Muskets fled, their sudden bursts of light illuminating shadowy figures charging out of the woods. The Prophet's warriors descended with ferocious precision, their war whoops mingling with the cries of startled soldiers. Davies sprang into action, his voice cutting through the cacophony. "To your positions! Hold the line!" The soldiers scrambled to respond, forming hasty ranks around the camp's defensive perimeter. Bullets whistled through the air, striking wood, flesh, and metal. The Shawnee warriors, emboldened by the Prophet's promises of divine protection, fought with unmatched ferocity, their tomahawks and spears glinting in the firelight. Davies mounted his horse in one fluid motion, shouting orders as he rode along the line. "Steady your aim! Fire in volleys!" The men obeyed, their muskets releasing coordinated bursts that momentarily pushed back the attackers. Still, the Shawnee pressed on, their determination undeterred by the casualties piling up around them. Provide life and strength for those beyond. The Shawnee pressed on, their progress, ability. A soldier near Davies fell with a scream, clutching his side where a musket ball had torn through. The sight steeled Davies's resolve. He urged his horse forward, joining Captain Spencer and the mounted riflemen. "We need to break their momentum," Davies shouted over the din. "Rally the cavalry." Spencer nodded, and within moments the mounted troops had formed a rough line. Davies drew his saber, its blade catching the firelight as he raised it high. "Charge!" The cavalry surged forward, their horses thundering across the clearing. The sudden movement caught the Shawnee off guard, forcing them to retreat momentarily. Davies led the charge, his saber slicing through the air as he rode into the fray. Around him, the militia shouted battle cries. their fear replaced by adrenaline. The momentum of the charge pushed the Shawnee back toward the tree line, but their retreat was anything but disorganized. From the shadows, warriors fired arrows and muskets with deadly precision, their knowledge of the terrain giving them an edge. Davies felt the sting of a bullet graze his arm, but he pressed on, his focus unbroken. He spotted a cluster of Shawnee warriors regrouping near a fallen tree and turned to his men. "There!" he shouted, pointing with his saber. "Cut them off!" The cavalry veered toward the target, their muskets firing as they closed the distance. But the Prophet's warriors were ready. From behind the tree, they unleashed a devastating volley. Davies's horse reared, struck by a musket ball, and he was thrown to the ground. The impact drove the breath from his lungs, but he forced himself to rise, saber still in hand. Around him, the battle raged, a blur of shouting, smoke, and fire. Saber still in hand. Around him the battle raged, a blur of smoke and sunlight, sending shrouded vistas into focus, a mass of blood peeling away from crumbled limes. He turned just in time to see a Shawnee warrior charging toward him, tomahawk raised. Davies dodged the first swing, his saber flashing as he countered. The two men grappled, their weapons clashing in a deadly dance. Finally, with a desperate thrust, Davis drove his blade into the warrior's side. The man fell, his expression a mixture of shock and defiance. Davis staggered back, his breath ragged. But there was no time to rest. Another volley of musket fire erupted, and this time Davis was hit. The bullet tore into his chest, and he fell to his knees. Around him the battle seemed to blur, the sounds of gunfire and shouting fading into a distant hum. He looked up at the sky, now tinged with the first light of dawn. Blood seeped through his uniform, warm and sticky against his skin. His hand tightened around the hilt of his saber, but his strength was fading fast. A voice called out to him, "Captain Spencer, perhaps," but it was drowned by the growing roar of battle. With his last breath, Davies whispered, "The field is lost." The death of Colonel Davies sent a ripple of shock through the ranks, but it also ignited a fierce determination among the men. Captain Spencer, now commanding the cavalry, rallied the troops with a vengeance. "Hold the line," he shouted, his voice carrying over the din. "For Colonel Davies, for Kentucky." The soldiers fought with renewed vigor, their muskets and bayonets cutting through the relentless Shawnee assault. General Harrison, positioned at the center of the camp, barked orders to fortify the defenses. "Push them back," Harrison commanded, his voice calm but firm. "Conserve your ammunition and aim true." The tide began to turn as the militia regrouped. The disciplined volleys of musket fire forced the Shawnee to retreat further into the woods. The Prophet's warriors, their numbers dwindling and their morale faltering, began to lose cohesion. By mid-morning, the battle was over. The Prophet's forces had scattered, leaving the field littered with the dead and dying. The militia stood victorious, but their triumph was tempered by the heavy toll the fight had exacted. The aftermath of the battle was a scene of grim devastation. Smoke hung heavy in the air, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. Soldiers moved among the bodies, searching for survivors and tending to the wounded. Captain Spencer knelt beside Davies's lifeless body, his face etched with grief. The colonel's saber lay beside him, its blade stained with blood. With the colonel's trembling hand, Captain Spencer knelt beside Davies. "Died a hero," Spencer said quietly, his voice breaking. "He led us when we needed him most." General Harrison approached, his expression somber. He placed a hand on Spencer's shoulder. "We'll ensure his sacrifice is not forgotten. Colonel Davies will be remembered as one of the finest men to serve this cause." Davies's body was carried to a makeshift grave where his men gathered to pay their respects. The solemnity of the moment was broken only by the distant sound of the Wabash River, its waters flowing as they had for centuries. As the soldiers lowered the colonel into the earth, Spencer raised his voice in a final tribute to Colonel Joseph Davies, a man of honor, courage, and conviction. May his spirit guide us as we continue the fight. The men stood in silence, their heads bowed. For Davies, the battle was over. But for those who remained, the struggle was far from finished. The perspiration in the oilskin press was exerted. Would you like me to continue the story into the aftermath of the battle and its broader implications? Let me know if there are specific elements you'd like to emphasize. As the sun rose higher, its rays piercing through the thinning smoke, the soldiers cautiously advanced toward Prophetstown. The Shawnee village, the heart of Tenskwatawa's spiritual and political movement, now stood eerily silent. General Harrison, with Captain Spencer at his side, ordered a scouting party forward to ensure there were no lingering threats. When the scouts returned, their report confirmed what the soldiers had suspected. Prophetstown was abandoned. The Prophet and his remaining followers had fled during the night, leaving behind a settlement stripped of its people, but brimming with signs of their recent lives. Spencer led a small detachment into the village. He moved carefully, stepping over scattered belongings, cooking pots, children's toys, and sacred bundles. It was a haunting sight, the remnants of a community uprooted by war. In the center of the village stood a large council house, its wooden frame scorched but intact. Spencer entered, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. On the walls were symbols and carvings that seemed to tell a story, though their meaning was lost on him. "What do you think it all means?" one of the soldiers asked, his voice hushed. Spencer shook his head. It means they believed in something greater than themselves, something worth fighting for. Outside, Harrison gave the order to burn the village. The soldiers set fire to the dwellings, their flames consuming the structures in minutes. Black smoke billowed into the sky, a signal to all who might still be watching that the prophet's stronghold was no more. As the fires raged, Spencer stood at the edge of the village, his thoughts heavy. "We've won the battle," he murmured to himself. "But have we won the war?" Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Tenskwatawa, known as the Prophet, and a small group of his most loyal followers moved swiftly through the underbrush. His once bold confidence had been replaced with a grim determination. The defeat at Tippecanoe was a devastating blow, not just to his people, but to his vision of unity among the tribes. Tenskwatawa's mind raced as they journeyed farther from Prophet's Town. He thought of his brother Tecumseh, who had warned him not to engage the Americans in open battle without his support. Tecumseh had been traveling south, rallying more tribes to their cause, and now their efforts were in jeopardy. One of his warriors approached, his expression troubled. "What now, Prophet?" Tenskwatawa hesitated before replying. "We regroup. We wait for Tecumseh. This fight is far from over." But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at him. The visions that had once guided him with such clarity now seemed distant, obscured by the smoke of their burning village and the cries of his defeated warriors. The journey back to Vincennes was a somber one for Harrison's forces. Victory had come at a steep price. Dozens of men lay buried at the battlefield, and many more nursed wounds that would mark them for life. Among the soldiers, the loss of Colonel Davies weighed heaviest of all. In the evenings, around the campfires, the men spoke of the colonel's bravery. They shared stories of his leadership, his unwavering resolve, and his final moments on the battlefield. To many, he had become a symbol of the sacrifice required to secure the frontier. Spencer found himself replaying the battle in his mind, searching for moments where things might have gone differently. Could Davies have been saved? Could the battle have been won with fewer losses? The questions haunted him, their answers just out of reach. One night, as the camp settled into uneasy silence, Spencer sat with General Harrison. The two men had grown close over the course of the campaign, bound by their shared responsibility for the lives of their men. "Do you think it was worth it?" Spencer asked quietly. Sassy smiled quietly. "My friend," she said, wrapping an arm around Spencer, "you are so warm and loving. Harrison stared into the fire, his expression unreadable. "Time will tell," he said at last. "We've dealt a significant blow to the Prophet and his movement, but the cost was high. It always is." Spencer nodded, though the words offered little comfort. Far to the south, Tecumseh was unaware of the events unfolding at Prophetstown. When word of the defeat finally reached him, it struck with the force of a physical blow. The destruction of that village and the loss of so many warriors was a setback he could not afford. Tecumseh's anger burned, but it was not directed solely at the Americans. He also blamed his brother for acting recklessly in his absence. Yet, beneath the anger there was a deep sadness. Prophetstown had been more than a settlement. It had been a symbol of hope, a rallying point for the Confederation he had worked tirelessly to build. He gathered his advisors, his voice steady despite the storm raging within him. "We will rebuild," he said firmly. "This is not the end. It is only a beginning." Eli Kusai's vision of a united front among the tribes remained unshaken, but he knew the path ahead would be more challenging than ever. The defeat at Tippecanoe had shifted the balance of power, and it would take every ounce of his leadership to restore what had been lost. Tecumseh's vision of a united front among the tribes remained unshaken, but he knew the path ahead would be more challenging than ever. The defeat at Tippecanoe had shifted the balance of power, and it would take every ounce of his leadership to restore what had been lost. The journey back to Vincennes tested the resolve of Harrison's army. Despite their victory at Tippecanoe, the toll of the battle was evident in every weary step. Wounded men groaned in makeshift wagons, their injuries poorly treated in the field, and the soldiers' morale was tempered by the haunting memories of their fallen comrades. Captain Spencer, now filling the void left by Colonel Davies, found himself increasingly burdened by leadership. He moved among the ranks, offering words of encouragement to the soldiers who trudged through the muddy trails, but his own spirits were low. "Captain," one soldier asked as they stopped to rest beside a stream, "do you think the Prophet's people will come back for revenge?" Spencer hesitated before answering. "They've suffered a blow, but they're not finished. We've cut the head, but the body still fights. Their leader, Tecumseh, won't let this end here." The soldier nodded grimly and returned to his rations. Spencer looked toward the horizon. The smoke from Prophetstown's destruction still faintly visible. Despite the momentary triumph, he couldn't shake the feeling that the real struggle was still ahead. Back in Vincennes, General Harrison wasted no time in framing the Battle of Tippecanoe as a decisive victory for the United States. Newspapers carried his accounts of the conflict, hailing it as a triumph over native resistance. Harrison himself began to cultivate a reputation as a war hero, a narrative that would follow him for the rest of his career. In Washington, The battle stirred debates about the government's policies toward native tribes. Some politicians saw it as justification for continued westward expansion, while others questioned the morality and consequences of such a policy. The native resistance movement, led by Tecumseh and the Prophet, had become a symbol of defiance against American expansionism. While the defeat at Tippecanoe dealt a blow to their immediate plans, it also heightened the urgency of their cause. Among the tribes, whispers spread of Tecumseh's return and his growing alliances with the British. Harrison, aware of these developments, urged federal authorities to provide additional resources for the frontier. He knew that the victory at Tippecanoe, while significant, was only one chapter in a much larger conflict. When Tecumseh returned to the ashes of Prophet's Town, his grief was profound. The charred remains of the council house stood as a stark reminder of what had been lost. Warriors and families who had once rallied around his vision now looked to him with uncertain eyes, their faith shaken. He confronted Tenskwatawa, his brother, in a private meeting that evening. The prophet, once a figure of unshakable confidence, now seemed a shadow of his former self. "I told you not to fight," Tecumseh said, his voice low but sharp. "I told you to wait for me." Tenskwatawa looked away, unable to meet his brother's gaze. The signs, they were clear. The spirits promised victory. "The spirits didn't bleed on that field," Tecumseh retorted, his anger barely contained. "Our people did. Our cause is weakened because of your arrogance." Despite his frustration, Tecumseh understood that the blame could not rest entirely on his brother. The Americans had been advancing steadily for years, and the battle at Tippecanoe was just one part of a larger struggle. "We will rebuild," Tecumseh said after a long silence. "But we must be smarter. The time for visions is over. Now we prepare for war." For the soldiers of Harrison's army, life returned to a semblance of normalcy upon their return to Vincennes. The militia disbanded temporarily, many returning to their farms and families, but the scars of Tippecanoe lingered. Captain Spencer took time to write to the families of fallen soldiers, including a lengthy letter to Anne Davies, the widow of Colonel Joseph Davies. In his letter, he described the colonel's bravery and sacrifice, omitting the grimmer details of his death. Anne's reply, received weeks later, was simple but heartfelt. She thanked Spencer for his words and vowed to ensure her daughter grew up knowing her father's legacy. The correspondence gave Spencer a measure of solace, but he remained restless. Though he had survived Tippecanoe, he knew it was only a prelude to the larger conflict looming on the horizon. As spring approached, Tecumseh's vision of unity began to take shape once more. He traveled tirelessly, visiting tribes across the Midwest and beyond, speaking with a passion that reignited their resolve. His charisma and strategic mind won him new allies, including support from British forces in Canada. In response, Harrison prepared for the inevitable. Reports of British agents supplying the tribes with weapons and encouraging resistance alarmed American leaders, fueling calls for war against Britain. The Battle of Tippecanoe had become a spark in a much larger powder keg. The soldiers who had fought at Tippecanoe found themselves called back to service as tensions escalated. Among them was Captain Spencer, who returned to Vincennes to oversee the training of new recruits. Spencer, though older and wearier than before, approached his duties with a sense of purpose. The lessons of Tippecanoe had taught him the importance of preparation, and he was determined not to let his men face the same chaos they had endured that fateful night. The aftermath of the Battle of Tippecanoe reverberated far beyond the frontiers of Indiana. In Washington, debates over native resistance merged with growing tensions with Britain. Reports of British agents providing weapons and support to Tecumseh's Confederation alarmed President James Madison and his advisors. War seemed inevitable, though few understood how deeply intertwined these conflicts would become. General Harrison was promoted, his reputation bolstered by the battle, but he knew the victory was tenuous. Tecumseh's return posed a renewed threat, and the tribal leaders' alliance with the British added an international dimension to the frontier struggle. In Vincennes, Captain Spencer observed the growing unease among his men. Many had returned reluctantly, knowing their families faced the dangers of the wilderness without them. Around the campfires, the soldiers spoke in hushed tones of the Prophet's surviving followers and rumors of British troops massing in Canada. One evening, Spencer met with Harrison to discuss preparations. "We need more supplies, better weapons, and better training," Spencer said. "The next fight won't be against just the Prophet's warriors. We'll face British muskets and discipline." Harrison nodded, his expression grim. "Ah, Congress will have to move quickly. If war's declared, we won't have the luxury of time to prepare." Tecumseh's journey to Canada was a desperate but calculated move. He met with British officials, including Major General Isaac Brock, who recognized Tecumseh's strategic value. The Shawnee leader's knowledge of the terrain and ability to rally warriors provided a critical advantage in the coming conflict. Brock and Tecumseh formed an uneasy alliance. While the British sought to use the Native Confederation as a buffer against American expansion, Tecumseh viewed the partnership as a means to an end, the preservation of his people's lands and way of life. At a council held in the spring of 1812, Tecumseh addressed his allies with fiery determination. "The Americans think us weak," he said. "They think us scattered and broken. But together we are stronger than they know. With the British at our side, we will drive them from our lands and reclaim what is ours." His words ignited a renewed sense of purpose among the tribes. Warriors pledged themselves to Tecumseh's cause, their resolve hardened by the memory of Prophetstown's destruction. As spring turned to summer, the frontier became a powder keg. Skirmishes between settlers and native warriors flared with increasing frequency, each clash further inflaming tensions. Reports of Tecumseh's growing confederation reached Harrison, prompting him to call for reinforcements. Captain Spencer was tasked with training the newest recruits, many of whom were young and inexperienced. He worked tirelessly, drilling the men in the use of muskets, bayonets, and battlefield formations. During one grueling session, a young recruit approached him. "Captain, is it true what they say about Tecumseh?" the boy asked, "that he can't be killed in battle?" Spencer paused, choosing his words carefully. "Tecumseh is a great leader, no doubt about that. But he's a man, just like the rest of us. Don't let fear cloud your judgment." The boy nodded, or the uncertainty in his eyes lingered. Spencer couldn't blame him. Stories of Tecumseh's prowess had taken on a near mythical quality, even among the Americans. On June 18, 1812, Congress declared war on Britain, plunging the young United States into a conflict that would test its resilience and resolve. For Harrison's men, the declaration marked a turning point. The frontier struggle with Tecumseh's Confederation was now part of a larger war. Harrison called his officers together to outline their strategy. "Our first priority is securing the frontier," he said. "Tecumseh and his allies will strike hard and fast if given the chance. We must be ready." Spencer listened intently, his mind racing with the implications. The militia was ill-equipped for a prolonged conflict, and the logistics of defending the vast frontier seemed overwhelming. That night, as the camp settled into uneasy silence, Spencer wrote a letter to his family. "I do not know how long this war will last," he wrote, "but I know it will demand more of us than we can yet imagine. Pray for me as I pray for you." The summer of 1812 brought the first skirmishes between Harrison's forces and Tecumseh's warriors. These clashes were small but brutal, with both sides suffering casualties. Tecumseh's knowledge of the terrain gave his forces an edge, allowing them to strike quickly and disappear into the wilderness. In one such engagement, Spencer led a detachment to protect a supply convoy heading toward Fort Wayne. The convoy came under attack near a dense forest, the ambush timed perfectly to exploit the Americans' vulnerabilities. "Form a defensive line," Spencer shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The soldiers scrambled to comply, their muskets firing sporadically as they tried to repel the attackers. Spencer moved among them, offering encouragement and issuing orders with practiced precision. After a grueling hour, the attackers withdrew, leaving behind a handful of dead and wounded. Spencer knelt beside a fallen soldier, his hand resting briefly on the man's shoulder. "You fought well," he said softly, though the words felt hollow. The ambush was a reminder of the challenges ahead. Tecumseh's forces were relentless, and the Americans would need every ounce of resolve to match them. As the summer heat bore down, the situation on the frontier grew increasingly dire. Reports of coordinated attacks by Tecumseh's Confederation reached General Harrison's headquarters, and Fort Wayne became a focal point of tension. Surrounded by dense forests, the fort was a critical outpost for American forces, guarding key supply routes and settlements. In August 1812, Tecumseh's warriors laid siege to Fort Wayne, cutting off supplies and harassing its defenders with constant skirmishes. Captain Spencer, along with a contingent of militia, was dispatched to reinforce the fort. The journey was treacherous, with ambushes and ever-present threat. Spencer's men moved cautiously, their muskets loaded and eyes scanning the underbrush. At night they slept in shifts, the crackling of the campfire their only comfort against the oppressive darkness. When they reached the fort, its defenders greeted them with relief. Supplies were dwindling and morale was low. Spencer quickly set about organizing the defenses, working alongside the fort's commander to strengthen barricades and plan for a potential assault. "Captain," one of the officers said during a strategy meeting, "do you think Tecumseh himself is out there?" Spencer frowned, his gaze fixed on a map of the surrounding area. "If he is, then we're facing more than just warriors. We're facing a mind that knows how to win." Tecumseh, stationed in a hidden camp near Fort Wayne, carefully orchestrated the siege. Unlike his brother Tenskwatawa, Tecumseh prioritized pragmatism over mysticism. His warriors conducted hit-and-run raids, targeting supply lines and morale rather than engaging in a prolonged assault. Around a campfire, Tecumseh addressed his warriors, his voice calm but commanding. "The Americans think their forts make them invincible," he said, "but their strength is also their weakness. If we starve them, isolate them, and force them to fight on our terms, they will falter." His plan relied on patience, a trait that set him apart from many other leaders. While some of his warriors grew restless, Tecumseh's confidence and vision kept them unified. After weeks of tense stalemate, Harrison's main force arrived to relieve Fort Wayne. Spencer's men, bolstered by the reinforcements, launched a coordinated counterattack against Tecumseh's warriors. The battle was fierce, with musket fire echoing through the forest and smoke hanging thick in the air. Spencer led his men with determination, his voice steady even as the chaos of battle surrounded him. He had learned from Tippecanoe that discipline was their greatest weapon, and he drilled his orders into the men with clarity and urgency. Hold the line, he shouted, his saber raised as the warriors charged. Don't give an inch. The fighting lasted hours, but eventually Tecumseh's forces withdrew. The Americans had broken the siege, but the cost was high. The ground around Fort Wayne was littered with the dead and dying, a grim reminder of the stakes. Spencer walked among the wounded, offering what little comfort he could. He found a young soldier clutching a bloodied musket, his face pale. "You did well," Spencer said, kneeling beside him. "Rest now." The soldier nodded weakly, his breathing shallow. For Spencer, moments like these reinforced the weight of command and the human toll of war. Despite the setback at Fort Wayne, Tecumseh's resolve remained unbroken. He retreated with his warriors, regrouping and planning the next phase of his campaign. The British alliance provided a lifeline, supplying weapons and promising coordinated action against the Americans. Tecumseh's leadership was tested as tensions rose within his ranks. Some warriors questioned the wisdom of continued resistance, pointing to the losses they had suffered. "Victory is never without sacrifice," Tecumseh told them during a council meeting. "We fight not just for ourselves, but for our children and the generations to come. The Americans will not stop unless we make them." His words reignited their determination, though the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty. By the fall of 1812, the War of 1812 was in full swing. The conflict stretched from the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast, and Tecumseh Confederation played a crucial role in the British strategy. The frontier, already a volatile region, became even more dangerous as British forces and native warriors coordinated their efforts. In Vincennes, Captain Spencer received orders to prepare for another campaign. The militia, bolstered by new recruits, faced the daunting prospect of marching into hostile territory once again. As he prepared his men, Spencer reflected on the lessons of Tippecanoe and Fort Wayne. He knew that survival depended not just on strength, but on strategy and adaptability. "Remember," he told his men during a briefing, "every step we take is a step closer to home. Fight for each other, for your families, and for the land we call ours." As winter descended on the frontier, the intensity of the fighting subsided. Both sides used the time to regroup, rearm, and reflect on the past months. Captain Spencer and his men returned to Vincennes, where they settled into a quieter routine of training and fortifying defenses. Though the battlefield was momentarily distant, the war weighed heavily on Spencer's mind. Each letter he wrote home to his family grew more introspective, filled with musings on the nature of conflict and the sacrifices it demanded. One evening, while sitting around the fire with his officers, Éteau de Chapelier, Spencer broke the silence. "Do you ever wonder," he asked, "if we'll be remembered for what we've done here? Or if this is just another page in a story no one will read. Lieutenant Harper, a younger officer who had fought with him at Fort Wayne, replied thoughtfully, "History remembers the victors, Captain. Let's make sure we're on the right side of it." Spencer nodded, but remained unconvinced. For every victory, there were lives lost, each one a story cut short. While the Americans hunkered down for the winter, Tecumseh refused to let the season halt his efforts. He traveled tirelessly, rallying more tribes to his confederation and strengthening his alliance with the British. His speeches, delivered with passion and conviction, inspired warriors who had once doubted the cause. "We are not fighting for ourselves alone," Tecumseh told the council of tribal leaders. "We fight for our ancestors, for the land they left us, and for the generations who will walk this earth after we are gone. The Americans are many, but they are not invincible. United, we are stronger than their armies." Tecumseh's determination began to pay off. British commanders, impressed by his leadership, agreed to coordinate more closely with his forces. Supplies flowed into the Confederation's camps, bolstering their ability to continue the fight when spring arrived. In early 1813, as the snows melted and the rivers swelled, both sides prepared for a new campaign season. For Harrison's forces, the priority was securing key forts and preventing Tecumseh's Confederation from gaining further ground. Captain Spencer, now promoted to a senior command role, was tasked with leading a detachment to rebuild a destroyed supply depot near the Wabash River. The mission was critical for ensuring the Army's logistics, but fraught with danger, as native warriors frequently harassed such efforts. Spencer addressed his men before they set out. "This mission isn't about glory, it's about survival, ours and everyone depending on us. Stay sharp, watch each other's backs, and we'll see this through." The journey to the depot was tense. The men moved cautiously, wary of every rustling leaf and distant bird call. At night, they set double guards, the memories of Tippecanoe and Fort Wayne fresh in their minds. When they reached the depot site, they found it in ruins, the charred remains of supply wagons and scattered debris, a stark reminder of the stakes. Spencer ordered the men to begin rebuilding immediately, knowing time was against them. While Spencer's detachment worked in relative isolation, the larger war raged on. In January 1813, Tecumseh's forces and their British allies achieved a significant victory at the Battle of Frenchtown, inflicting heavy losses on American troops. The battle underscored the strength of Tecumseh's Confederation and heightened fears among frontier settlers. News of the defeat reached Spencer Camp weeks later. The soldiers, already on edge, grew more anxious as rumors of Tecumseh's next move spread. Spencer gathered his officers to address the situation. "We can't let fear paralyze us," he said. "Every battle teaches us something. Let's make sure we're the ones learning from this." The officers nodded, though the tension in the room was palpable. For Spencer, the news of Frenchtown was a grim reminder of the challenges they faced. Tecumseh was not just a formidable leader. He was a symbol of resistance that refused to be extinguished. One night, as the soldiers slept in their makeshift camp, an alarm rang out. Scouts had spotted a group of native warriors approaching under cover of darkness. Spencer quickly organized his men, ordering them into defensive positions around the depot. The attack came swiftly, with arrows and musket fire cutting through the night. The Americans held their ground, their muskets flashing in the darkness. Spencer moved among his men, shouting orders and encouraging them to stay steady. "Hold the line," he called out. "Aim true and fire together." The skirmish lasted until dawn, when the attackers finally retreated. Though the Americans had repelled the assault, the cost was evident. Several men lay wounded or dead, and the depot itself had sustained significant damage. Spencer walked among the injured, offering words of comfort and directing the medics. One young soldier, barely more than a boy, clutched Spencer's hand as he lay bleeding from a chest wound, relapsing into darkness. "Did we win, sir?" the boy asked, his voice weak. "We did," Spencer replied, though his heart ached. "You did your duty. Jan val flermankelond George." The boy nodded, a faint smile crossing his face before his grip slackened. "Would you like the story to continue building on Spencer's personal journey, Tecumseh's broader strategies, or the escalation toward the war's climactic moments? Let me know how you'd like the narrative to progress." The morning after the attack on the depot, the soldiers gathered in solemn silence to bury their fallen comrades. Each grave was marked with a crude wooden cross, a stark reminder of the cost of war. Captain Spencer stood at the head of the small gathering, his voice steady but heavy with emotion. "We honor their sacrifice," he said, his eyes scanning the faces of the wary men before him, "and we carry their memory with us as we continue this fight. Their lives were not lost in vain." The words offered little solace, but they gave the men a sense of purpose. As the last grave was covered, Spencer privately resolved to ensure the depot's completion, no matter the odds. Tecumseh, undeterred by recent skirmishes, continued to bolster his forces. His vision of a united native confederation was becoming a reality, though challenges remained. Disparate tribes, each with their own customs and grievances, required constant diplomacy and reassurance. In early spring, Tecumseh held a grand council, inviting leaders from allied tribes to reaffirm their commitment to the cause. The gathering was a display of unity, with warriors adorned in traditional regalia and speeches echoing through the forest. "We are stronger together than apart," Tecumseh declared. "The Americans seek to divide us, but we will show them the strength of our brotherhood. Let them tremble at the sight of our unity. The council ended with renewed pledges of support, though Tecumseh knew time was against them. With the British focused on the larger war, his confederation would need to act decisively to maintain momentum. Back at the depot, Spencer faced mounting pressure. Supplies were delayed, morale was low, and the constant threat of attack left the men on edge. As a leader, he struggled to balance his own fears with the need to inspire confidence in his troops. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lieutenant Harper approached him. "Captain, the men are worried," Harper said. "They're asking if this depot is worth the risk. Some think we should abandon it and regroup with Harrison." Spencer sighed, the weight of command pressing heavily on him. If we abandon this depot, we abandon the settlers who rely on it. This place isn't just a supply point, it's a lifeline. We hold it, no matter what. Harper nodded, though the doubt lingered in his eyes. That night, Spencer wrote in his journal, "Command is a burden, heavier than any musket. Every decision feels like a gamble, with lives at stake. I pray I am making the right ones." In May 1813, Tecumseh and his British allies launched a coordinated assault on Fort Meigs, a key American stronghold in the Northwest Territory. The siege was a demonstration of Tecumseh's tactical brilliance and the strength of his confederation. The British artillery pounded the fort's defenses, while Tecumseh's warriors harassed the defenders with guerrilla tactics. Inside the fort, the Americans struggled to hold their ground, their morale wavering under the relentless assault. Though the siege ultimately ended in a stalemate, Tecumseh's leadership left a lasting impression on both his allies and his enemies. His ability to adapt to changing circumstances and inspire his warriors was unmatched. News of the siege reached Captain Spencer weeks later, further heightening the sense of urgency. The frontier was becoming a battleground for control of the entire region, and every skirmish felt like a prelude to a larger conflict. As summer approached, Spencer's detachment finally completed the depot, a feat that felt like a small victory amid the chaos of war. The soldiers, though battered and weary, took pride in their accomplishment. Spencer addressed them during a brief ceremony, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. "You've proven that even in the face of adversity, we can endure. This depot is more than a building. It's a symbol of our determination. Be proud of what you've achieved." The men cheered, their spirits lifted for the first time in weeks. For Spencer, the moment was a reminder of the resilience that defined their struggle. While the Americans celebrated small victories, Tecumseh prepared for a decisive counterstrike. He focused his efforts on disrupting supply lines and striking vulnerable outposts, using his warriors' mobility and knowledge of the terrain to maximum advantage. One of his most audacious plans involved an ambush on an American convoy transporting weapons and ammunition. The attack, executed with precision, left the convoy in ruins and dealt a severe blow to Harrison's campaign. Camas's success further solidified his reputation as a brilliant strategist, yet he knew the war's outcome would ultimately depend on larger forces beyond his control. In the summer of 1813, rumors of a climactic battle began to circulate. Both sides recognized that the war's momentum was shifting, and the frontier would play a crucial role in determining the outcome. Captain Spencer, now a seasoned leader, prepared his men for what he believed would be the most significant campaign of their lives. He emphasized discipline, unity, and the importance of standing firm in the face of uncertainty. Whatever lies ahead, he told them, know that we are part of something larger than ourselves. History will remember what we do here. The soldiers nodded, their resolve hardening. They knew the road ahead would be treacherous, but they were ready to face it together. As orders came down for Captain Spencer and his detachment to rejoin Harrison's main force, the soldiers prepared for a grueling march. Supplies were loaded, weapons cleaned, and goodbyes exchanged with the settlers who had taken shelter near the depot. The journey through the frontier was fraught with danger. Dense forests, unpredictable weather, and the ever-present threat of ambush turned each day into a test of endurance. Spencer, ever mindful of morale, kept a close watch on his men, ensuring they rotated rest and stayed vigilant. One evening, as they camped near the Maumee River, a scout returned with troubling news. Tecumseh's warriors were nearby, their movements suggesting preparations for a large-scale attack. "We're being watched," the scout whispered to Spencer. Spencer nodded grimly. "Then we'll give them nothing to see but readiness. Double the guard tonight. No fires. We move before first light." The men, though exhausted, obeyed without complaint. For them, Spencer's calm determination was a beacon in the growing uncertainty. While Spencer's detachment marched north, Tecumseh held a final war council with his closest allies. The Confederation was at its peak strength, but he knew the coming battles would determine its survival. Addressing his warriors, Tecumseh spoke with the fiery conviction that had become his hallmark. "This land is ours, gifted by the Creator to our ancestors. It is not something we will surrender to the Americans or their greed. If we must fight to our last breath, let it be for something worth dying for." His words were met with roars of approval, the warriors banging their weapons against the ground in unison. Yet Tecumseh, despite his outward confidence, felt the weight of his people's future pressing heavily on his shoulders. As the American forces concentrated their efforts, Tecumseh and his British allies launched an assault on Fort Stephenson in August 1813. The small fort, commanded by the young and resourceful Major George Croghan, became the site of a dramatic standoff. Despite being outnumbered, Croghan and his men repelled the attackers with a mix of ingenuity and sheer determination. A single cannon, nicknamed Nold Betsy, played a pivotal role in the defense, cutting down waves of attackers and forcing a retreat. The defeat was a blow to Tecumseh's campaign, but it underscored the resilience of his forces. Even in retreat, his warriors maintained their discipline, retreating in good order and preparing for the next engagement. Spencer's detachment, marching toward the region, received word of the battle. The news was a morale booster, but Spencer knew the war was far from over. Upon reaching Harrison's camp, Spencer was summoned for a briefing. The general, known for his methodical approach, outlined plans for a major offensive against British and native forces along the Thames River in the Upper Canada. "This campaign will be decisive," Harrison said, his voice firm. "Tecumseh and his British allies have proven formidable, but they're stretched thin. We must strike swiftly and decisively." Spencer nodded, taking in the details of the plan. He recognized the risks involved, but also saw an opportunity to end the conflict. As he left the meeting, he found himself reflecting on Tecumseh. Though they had never met, Spencer felt a deep respect for his opponent's skill and determination. "A worthy adversary," he muttered to himself. By October 1813, Harrison's forces were on the move, advancing deep into British-held territory. The march was one of the most ambitious undertakings of the war, involving complex logistics and coordination. For Spencer and his men, the campaign was both exhilarating and harrowing. Each step brought them closer to the climactic battle, but it also carried the weight of uncertainty. Supplies were limited, and the terrain grew increasingly hostile. As they crossed the Detroit River and pushed into Canada, the soldiers began to encounter signs of the enemy: abandoned camps, hastily constructed barricades, and the occasional skirmish with scouts. Each encounter heightened the tension, a prelude to the confrontation they all knew was coming. On October 5th, 1813, the two forces finally met near the Thames River. Tecumseh, realizing the odds were against him, rallied his warriors for one final stand. The British, led by General Proctor, had begun retreating, leaving Tecumseh's forces to bear the brunt of the American attack. "Today we fight not just for ourselves, but for every tribe that has walked this land," Tecumseh told his warriors. "Let the Americans see that we will not go quietly." The battle was fierce and chaotic. American cavalry, supported by infantry, launched a devastating charge, breaking through the British lines. Tecumseh's warriors fought valiantly, their war cries echoing across the battlefield. But they were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and firepower of the American forces. In the chaos, Tecumseh was struck down, his death marking the end of the Confederation as a unified force. his loss was a devastating blow to the native resistance, though his legacy would endure for generations. As the smoke cleared, Spencer and his men surveyed the battlefield. The Americans had won a decisive victory, but it was not without cost. The ground was littered with the bodies of both soldiers and warriors, a stark reminder of the war's toll. Spencer found himself standing near the spot where Tecumseh had fallen, though the exact location of his body was never confirmed. He removed his hat, bowing his head in a silent gesture of respect. "This war has taken too much," he murmured, "even from those who fought against us." The Battle of the Thames was a turning point in the War of 1812, but for Spencer and his comrades it was also a moment of reflection, a reminder of the human cost of their struggle. As Captain Spencer and his detachment set up camp along the Thames River that night, a somber quiet settled over the men. The battlefield still carried the scent of gunpowder and blood, and the memories of the day's carnage were fresh in their minds. Spencer sat by the fire with Lieutenant Harper, both staring into the flickering flames. Harper broke the silence first. "Do you think it's really over, sir, with Tecumseh gone?" Spencer didn't answer immediately. Instead, he poked at the embers with a stick, searching for the right words. "Wars don't end when a leader falls," he finally said. "They end when the reasons for fighting fade away." "I don't think those reasons are gone yet." The two men sat in reflective silence, aware that while the battle had been won, the war's deeper wounds would take much longer to heal. News of Tecumseh's death spread quickly, reaching native communities and American settlers alike. For many tribes, his passing marked the end of a dream, the hope for a united front against the encroaching settlers. Among the Shawnee, his people mourned not just the loss of a leader, but of a man who had dedicated his life to their survival. Stories of Tecumseh's bravery, eloquence, and vision became the stuff of legend, passed down through generations. In the American camp, Tecumseh's name was spoken with a mix of respect and relief. Even Harrison acknowledged his formidable opponent, referring to him as one of the ablest warriors of his age. For Spencer, Tecumseh's death was a sobering reminder of the war's cost. He often found himself reflecting on the general's words about the land and the legacy of those who walked it before. With Tecumseh's Confederation shattered, the balance of power in the Northwest Territory shifted dramatically. Harrison's forces gained control of vital supply routes, and the British, now deprived of their strongest native ally, began retreating further into Canada. Captain Spencer's detachment was reassigned to fortify key positions along the frontier. Though the battles grew less frequent, the soldiers remained vigilant, aware that the enemy was still capable of striking. Spencer wrote in his journal one night, "Each day feels like both an ending and a beginning. The war may be nearing its conclusion, but the scars it leaves will shape this land for generations. I wonder if we'll ever find peace here, or if peace is just a word we use to mask the wounds. Amid the quiet of the late autumn months, a messenger arrived at Spencer's camp with letters from home. For the soldiers, the sight of familiar handwriting was a rare comfort. Spencer's letter was from his wife, who wrote of their children and the hardships of life on the frontier. "Our son asks every day when you'll come home," she wrote. "I tell him you're doing important work, but he doesn't understand. Neither do I, if I'm honest. I just pray this war ends soon and brings you back to us." The letter weighed heavily on Spencer's heart. He knew his family's sacrifices mirrored those of countless others, settlers, soldiers, and even the native families displaced by the conflict. As winter descended once more, the army shifted into defensive mode. Forts were reinforced, supply lines secured, and patrols increased to guard against potential attacks. For Spencer's men, the season brought its own challenges. Food was scarce, and the cold seeped into their bones, making even simple tasks arduous. Morale waned, but Spencer worked tirelessly to keep his soldiers focused and united. One evening, as the men huddled around a fire, a young private asked, "Captain, do you think we'll be home by spring?" Spencer considered the question carefully before answering. "I hope so," he said honestly. "But until then, we have a job to do. Let's make sure we do it right." The men nodded, their spirits lifted slightly by the captain's steady presence. By early 1814, the war's momentum was clearly shifting in favor of the Americans. Tecumseh's death and the loss of native support had weakened the British position in the northwest. Harrison's forces, bolstered by fresh recruits, prepared for one last campaign to secure the region. Spencer and his men were assigned to a forward position near the Great Lakes, tasked with scouting and securing territory ahead of the main army. The mission was dangerous but critical, as it would determine the feasibility of a larger offensive. Each day brought new challenges: harsh weather, treacherous terrain, and the constant threat of ambush. Yet Spencer's leadership and the camaraderie among his men kept them moving forward. As the war dragged on, Spencer found himself reflecting more deeply on the nature of conflict. During a rare moment of solitude, he wrote in his journal, "I've seen enough of war to know it's not glory that drives us. It's duty. The duty to protect, to endure, to survive. But I wonder if that duty blinds us to the cost. What price are we willing to pay for this land, this peace we chase, but never seem to catch?" His words captured the growing weariness among his men, who shared his longing for an end to the bloodshed. Yet they pressed on, driven by the hope that their sacrifices would lead to a better future. As spring approached, whispers of a potential peace treaty began circulating. The Treaty of Ghent, though still under negotiation, promised to end hostilities between the United States and Britain. For Spencer and his men, the prospect of peace was both a relief and a source of uncertainty. "Do you think the treaty will hold?" Harper asked one evening as they prepared for another patrol. Spencer shrugged. "Treaties are made by men far from the battlefield. Whether they hold depends on what happens here." The words hung in the air, a reminder that the soldiers' work was not yet done. Spring brought a thaw to the icy frontier, and with it a renewed sense of urgency among Harrison's forces. The war's end seemed tantalizingly close, but the soldiers knew that every skirmish, patrol, and defensive maneuver could still be their last. Captain Spencer led his men on a series of reconnaissance missions to ensure the region was secure. The sight of budding trees and blooming wild flowers offered a stark contrast to the devastation the war had wrought. Villages lay abandoned, fields untended, and the scars of past battles marked the landscape. As they passed through one such ruined settlement, Private James remarked, "It's hard to tell who's lost more in this war, us or them." Spencer didn't respond immediately. He simply nodded, understanding the weight of the young soldier's words. With Tecumseh's death and the collapse of the Native Confederation, the Allied tribes began to splinter. Some returned to their ancestral lands, weary of the fight, while others sought refuge further west, hoping to escape the encroaching settlers. In one particularly sobering encounter, Spencer's patrol stumbled upon a group of Shawnee families moving westward. The sight of women, children, and elders carrying their few possessions struck a deep chord among the soldiers. "They're not warriors," Lieutenant Harper observed quietly. "Just people trying to survive." Spencer ordered his men to hold their positions and let the group pass unmolested. It was a small act of humanity in a war that had seen too little of it. In December 1814, the Treaty of Ghent was signed, officially ending the War of 1812. News of the treaty didn't reach the frontier immediately, and sporadic fighting continued into the early months of 1815. For Spencer and his men, the announcement was met with a mix of relief and disbelief. "It's over?" Private James asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. "For now," Spencer replied. "But peace is a fragile thing. It's up to men far from here to decide if it lasts." The soldiers celebrated cautiously, aware that even with the war's official end, the frontier remained a volatile and dangerous place. After the treaty was ratified, Spencer's detachment received orders to return to Fort Harrison. The journey back was bittersweet. For many, it marked the end of a grueling campaign and the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. As the fort's familiar silhouette came into view, the soldiers couldn't help but cheer. For Spencer, the sight was a reminder of how far they had come and how much they had lost along the way. That evening, as the men settled into their barracks, Spencer reflected on the years of conflict. He wrote in his journal, "This fort was once a symbol of survival, a beacon in the wilderness. Now, it feels like a monument to the past, a past I hope we can learn from, even as we build a future. The end of the war brought significant changes to the Northwest Territory. Settlers poured into the region, emboldened by the American victory. For the native tribes, however, the aftermath was marked by displacement and loss. Spencer, now serving in a more administrative role at the fort, witnessed the influx of settlers firsthand. He often found himself mediating disputes between settlers and native communities, a task that weighed heavily on him. "Peace is harder than war," he confided to Lieutenant Harper one evening. "War is clear, us against them. Peace, it's a constant balancing act." Though Tecumseh was gone, his vision of a united native confederation continued to inspire resistance against American expansion. Among the tribes, his name became a symbol of courage and resilience, a reminder of what they had fought for. Spencer often thought about Tecumseh, wondering how the war might have unfolded if circumstances had been different. He was a great leader, he told Harper one day, not just for his people, but for anyone who values conviction and purpose. Harper nodded. It's a shame the world wasn't ready for his kind of vision. As peace settled over the frontier, Spencer finally had the chance to write to his family. His letters were filled with hope for the future and an eagerness to reunite with them. "To see your faces again will be the greatest victory of all," he wrote to his wife. "I hope to return to you not as the man I was when I left, but as someone who has learned the value of what truly matters." Her reply, when it came weeks later, brought tears to his eyes. "We've waited for you, through every storm and every fear. Come home and let's start anew." By the summer of 1815, Spencer's service came to an end. He bid farewell to the men he had fought alongside, many of whom he considered brothers. As he packed his belongings and prepared to leave the fort, Harper approached him. "You're really going then?" Harper asked. "It's time," Spencer said with a small smile. "This land will always be a part of me, but my place is with my family now." They shook hands, the bond of shared hardship evident in their silence. The journey home was long and filled with reflection as Captain Spencer traveled eastward. The familiar sights of the wilderness slowly gave way to the cultivated fields and bustling towns that marked the edges of settled territory. Each step closer to home brought a mixture of relief and trepidation. He thought about the man he had been when he left, idealistic, eager to prove himself. Years of war had tempered those qualities with a sense of responsibility and humility. He wondered how his family would see him now, whether they would recognize the man he had become. The small village where his wife and children lived came into view just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the rooftops. Spencer's heart raced as he approached his home, unsure of what to expect. Spencer's wife Abigail was hanging laundry when she spotted him, walking down the dirt path toward their cabin. She froze, her hands trembling as she dropped the linens. "John?" she called, her voice barely above a whisper. It's me, Spencer replied, his voice cracking with emotion. She ran to him, tears streaming down her face, and threw her arms around his neck. Their children, alerted by the commotion, came running from the house, their laughter and cries of "Papa!" filling the air. For the first time in years, Spencer felt a sense of peace. He held his family close, vowing silently to never take them for granted again. Returning to civilian life proved more challenging than Spencer anticipated. The routines of farm work and family life were a stark contrast to the regimented structure of the military. At night, memories of the war haunted him, images of battles, fallen comrades, and the faces of enemies he had never truly known. Abigail noticed his restlessness and encouraged him to talk about his experiences, but Spencer struggled to put his thoughts into words. "I don't even know where to begin," he admitted one evening as they sat by the fire. "Start with what's in your heart," she said gently. "We'll figure out the rest together." Despite Abigail's support, Spencer carried the weight of the war's memories with him. He often found himself replaying the events of Tecumseh's last stand and the countless other battles that had defined his service. One afternoon, while working in the fields, he heard the distant sound of thunder. It reminded him of cannon fire, and for a brief moment he froze, his heart pounding. "Papa?" His son's voice pulled him back to reality. Spencer shook off the feeling and smiled down at the boy. "Just lost in thought, son. Let's get back to work." But he knew he needed to find a way to reconcile his past if he was to truly move forward. Seeking closure, Spencer made a journey to a nearby cemetery where many of his comrades had been laid to rest. He brought a small bouquet of wild flowers, placing them at the base of a simple wooden marker bearing the name of a fellow soldier, Private James. Kneeling before the grave, Spencer whispered, "I promised I'd look out for you, and I'm sorry I couldn't keep that promise. But I'll honor your memory every day, James. I won't forget." The visit, though painful, offered a measure of solace. For the first time, Spencer felt as though he could begin to let go of the guilt he had carried for so long. As settlement in the Northwest Territory expanded, Spencer couldn't help but think of Tecumseh's vision. He often walked the fields near his home, observing the changes that progress brought. New farms, roads, and towns. In the evenings, he shared stories of the war with his children, weaving lessons of respect and understanding into his tales. Tecumseh was a warrior, yes, he told them one night, but more than that, He was a man who believed in something bigger than himself. Never forget the value of standing for what you believe in, even if the odds are against you. Spencer's experiences in the war made him a respected figure in his community. Neighbors often sought his advice on disputes, recognizing his ability to mediate with fairness and wisdom. When a conflict arose between settlers and a nearby native group over hunting rights, Spencer volunteered to act as a negotiator. The meeting was tense, but Spencer's calm demeanor and understanding of both sides helped diffuse the situation. Peace isn't just the absence of war, he told the settlers afterward. It's the presence of justice. If we want to build a future here, we have to build it together. As the years passed, Spencer devoted himself to his family, his farm, and his community. He took pride in watching his children grow and in seeing the land around him flourish. One spring, as he planted crops with his son, he reflected on how far he had come. The war had left its scars, but it had also taught him resilience, compassion, and the value of every moment. This land has seen so much pain, he said to his son, but it's also full of promise. Let's do our part to make it better for those who come after us. The air carried an unnatural stillness, the kind that whispered of calamity long before it struck. Captain Joshua Tenley adjusted the brim of his hat, his eyes fixed on the southern horizon. Smoke curled upward, thin at first, but spreading into a dark smudge that marred the late August sky. "Do you see it too, sir?" A voice broke the silence. It was Private Nathaniel Carter, barely old enough to shave, yet already hardened by months of skirmishes. "Aye," Tenley replied grimly. "The British are closer than we thought." The militia camp, nestled in a grove near the Potomac River, buzzed with uneasy activity. News of the enemy's advance had reached them that morning, yet few had expected the speed at which General Ross and his redcoats moved. Tenley felt the weight of his men's gazes as he paced. These were farmers and tradesmen, not seasoned soldiers, and the shadow of Bladensburg's great reputation moved heavily in their minds. By midday, orders arrived. General Winder demanded reinforcements at Bladensburg. The British had crossed the eastern branch, their march unhindered by the sparse defences scattered along the Maryland countryside. Tenley gathered his company, their muskets gleaming dully in the sun. "Men," he began, his voice steady despite the churning in his gut. "We stand at a crossroads. The enemy advances to strike at the heart of our nation. If we falter, it is not only Washington that burns. It is our homes, our families, our freedom." A murmur rippled through the ranks. Carter stepped forward, his knuckles white around his musket. "We'll stand, sir, for the capital, for our families." Pride swelled in Tenley's chest, as he nodded. Then we march. The heat was oppressive as the militia arrived on the outskirts of Bladensburg. The town lay eerily quiet, its residents having fled in anticipation of the coming battle. General Winder's forces were assembling in haphazard lines, their positions scattered across the rolling fields. Tenley's company was ordered to take a defensive position near a bridge spanning the Anacostia River. The creek glistened under the sun, deceptively serene. As they dug rudimentary fortifications, the distant thrum of drums and the shrill notes of fife music heralded the arrival of the British vanguard. The first cannon shot rang out, a deep roar that seemed to shake the earth itself. Tenley ducked instinctively, his heart hammering. The battle had begun. Within minutes, the fields devolved into chaos. British rockets streaked across the sky, their fiery tails leaving trails of acrid smoke. American lines wavered as the first waves of red-coated soldiers advanced, their bayonets glinting. "Hold the line!" Tenley bellowed, his voice straining to be heard over the cacophony. Around him, men fired their muskets, the sharp cracks merging into an unending barrage. The bridge became a focal point of the struggle, the British pressing hard to break through. Tenley caught sight of Carter, the young private fumbling to reload. He sprinted toward him, grabbing the boy's trembling hands. "Breathe, Nathaniel. Steady your aim." Carter nodded, his face pale but determined. Together, they fired into the advancing ranks, their bullets finding targets amid the crimson tide. The afternoon sun blazed relentlessly as the American lines faltered. Tenley's company fought valiantly to hold their position at the bridge, but the sheer discipline and firepower of the British forces began to overwhelm them. "Fall back to the second line," an officer's voice carried over the din, his tone edged with desperation. Tenley hesitated, his instincts warring with the order. Retreating meant abandoning their ground, but staying risked annihilation. "Pull back," he shouted to his men, his voice hoarse. "Regroup near the ridge." The militia scrambled to obey, their movements frantic. As they retreated, Tenley stayed behind, firing his musket until the British were nearly upon him. At the last moment, he turned and ran, his heart pounding. Behind him, the British surged forward, crossing the creek with chilling precision. The bridge that had been their battleground moments before now belonged to the enemy. Reaching the ridge, Tenley found General Winder surveying the battlefield with a grim expression. The American forces had devolved into disarray, pockets of resistance crumbling under the relentless advance. This is a disaster," Winder muttered, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Tenley approached, saluting sharply. "Sir, we can still hold them at the next line." Winder's eyes met his, hollow with doubt. "We lack the discipline. The men are breaking faster than we can rally them." The sound of an explosion cut through their exchange. Tenley turned to see smoke rising from the town of Bladensburg itself, the British having begun their systematic assault. His throat tightened. This wasn't just a battle, it was a prelude to devastation. The order to retreat to Washington spread like wildfire. Soldiers abandoned their positions, some in organized withdrawal, others in outright panic. Tenley fought to keep his company intact, shouting commands as they moved along the dusty road leading back to the capital. Private Carter stumbled beside him, his face streaked with sweat and soot. "Captain, do you think they'll stop once they reach Washington?" Tenley hesitated, searching for words of comfort. "We'll make them stop. They'll face resistance in the city." But deep down, he wasn't sure. Washington was poorly defended, its small force of regulars and militia no match for the battle-hardened British troops. The thought gnawed at him as they marched under the fading sun, the silhouette of the Capitol dome barely visible in the distance. By the time Tenley's company reached Washington, the city was already in turmoil. Civilians fled in droves, their belongings piled high on carts and wagons. The streets were clogged with panicked crowds, the air thick with fear. At the capital, Tenley found a small contingent of soldiers hastily preparing defenses. The sight was sobering. There were too few men, too little artillery, and no plan that could hold back the British juggernaut. A fellow captain approached, his face grim. "Word is, they'll hit us by nightfall." Tenley nodded, his jaw tightening. "Then we fight until we can't. This city is our nation's heart. We can't let it fall without a fight." As night descended, he gathered his men, their faces illuminated by flickering lamplight. "This isn't just about Washington," he told them. "It's about everything we've fought for. Stand your ground and make them pay for every inch." The British arrived as predicted, their advance marked by the glow of torches and the rumble of artillery. Tenley's men fired the first shots, the flashes of their muskets lighting up the dark. But the defense was doomed from the start. The British pushed forward relentlessly, their cannon fire tearing through the hastily constructed barricades. Within hours, the capital was ablaze, its white stone facade glowing eerily in the firelight. Tenley's company fought until they were overrun, retreating once again into the chaos of the city. The streets were a nightmare of flames and shadows, the British soldiers methodically setting fire to government buildings. The White House was among the first to go, its once proud walls reduced to smoldering ruins. Tenley stumbled through the smoke-choked streets, his heart heavy with despair. The city he had sworn to defend was burning, its future uncertain. By dawn, the British had withdrawn, leaving a city in ruins. Tenley stood in the shadow of the capital, its charred remains a stark reminder of their failure. Around him, civilians emerged from hiding, their faces pale with shock. Private Carter approached, his steps slow and heavy, What now, Captain? Tenley looked toward the horizon, where the rising sun painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson. We rebuild, Nathaniel. That's what we do. His words felt hollow, but he clung to them like a lifeline. The burning of Washington was a humiliation, a wound that would take years to heal. But in that moment, amid the ashes, Tenley resolved to fight on, not for glory, but for the fragile hope of a nation that refused to be extinguished. The smoke hung heavy in the air, the acrid scent of charred wood and scorched stone, a constant reminder of the devastation. Henley's company, reduced to half its original strength, moved through the ruins of Washington, their steps echoing on cobblestone streets littered with ash. Tenley paused before the skeletal remains of the White House, its walls blackened and jagged. Some who longed for the same for the world for survival. It was a fight for identity, for the soul of a young nation. It was one of the last people on earth, so many people after 10-10-2. Becky gave George a blank look, some of his greatest talents. Captain, Carter's voice broke the silence. What happens to us now? Tenley turned to face his men, their faces etched with exhaustion and grief. We've seen what the enemy can do, he said, his voice firm. But they've underestimated us. This isn't the end, it's only the beginning. News of the burning of Washington spread quickly, galvanizing outrage across the fledgling United States. In cities and towns far removed from the flames, volunteers flocked to enlist, eager to defend their homeland. Tenley and his men were reassigned to Baltimore, a city bracing for the inevitable British assault. The journey north was somber, the memory of Washington's destruction fresh in everyone's minds. Along the way, they passed columns of militia, their spirits buoyed by a collective sense of purpose. At a tavern in a small Maryland town, Tenley overheard a farmer's defiant words. They may have burned our capital, but they can't burn what we stand for. The sentiment struck a chord with Tenley. His men, weary as they were, began to walk with their heads held higher, their steps more resolute. Baltimore bustled with activity as Tenley's company arrived. The city had been transformed into a fortress, its citizens and soldiers working tirelessly to build defenses. Earthworks lined the harbor, and Fort McHenry loomed as the centerpiece of the city's strategy. Tenley met with other officers to discuss their role in the coming battle. Colonel Samuel Smith, the city's commander, addressed the group with a determined air. The British will not find Baltimore as easy a target as Washington. Here, we stand and fight. Tenley nodded, his confidence bolstered by the sight of the fortifications and the sheer number of defenders. "We've learned from our mistakes," he said quietly to Carter later that evening. "This time, we're ready." As the days passed, anticipation hung heavy over Baltimore. Scouts reported British ships gathering near the Chesapeake Bay, their masts like a forest of foreboding on the horizon. Tenley drilled his men relentlessly, sharpening their skills and reinforcing their morale. He knew their survival depended on discipline, a hard lesson learned at Bladensburg. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Carter approached Tenley by the campfire. "Do you think they'll burn Baltimore too?" Tenley stared into the flames, the memory of Washington's inferno seared into his mind. "Not if we can help it," he said. The British fleet arrived on September 12, 1814, their ships casting long shadows over the waters near Baltimore. The assault began with the bombardment of Fort McHenry, the thunder of cannon fire reverberating through the city. Tenley and his men were stationed near the eastern defenses, their task to hold off any British attempt to flank the fort by land. As the first shells lit up the night sky, he felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. This was their chance to turn the tide, to prove that the American spirit could not be extinguished. All night the men watched the fort, its walls illuminated by the relentless explosions. And yet, through it all, the flag above Fort McHenry remained defiantly aloft, its stars and stripes a beacon of hope amid the chaos. While the British Navy pounded Fort McHenry, their land forces attempted to breach Baltimore's defenses. Tenley's company was among the first to engage the advancing troops, their muskets flashing in the dim light of dawn. "Steady!" Tenley called out as the British approached. His men fired in disciplined volleys, the smoke of gunpowder hanging thick in the air. Around him the shouts of wounded men mingled with the clash of steel and the roar of cannon fire. For hours the battle raged. Tenley's voice grew hoarse as he rallied his men, their determination unyielding despite the odds. By midday the British began to falter, their lines unable to penetrate the well-fortified city. By the evening of September 13, the tide had begun to turn. The defenders of Baltimore had held firm, repelling every British attempt to advance. At Fort McHenry, the bombardment continued, but the flag still flew high, its resilience inspiring soldiers and civilians alike. Tenley found a moment to rest, leaning against a tree as his men tended to their weapons. Carter sat beside him, his hands trembling, but his eyes bright with hope. "We're winning, aren't we?" Tenley allowed himself a small smile. "It's not over yet, but we're holding them. That's more than we could say in Washington." The night sky over Baltimore blazed with fire and smoke as the British bombardment reached its zenith. Fort McHenry bore the brunt, its defenders huddling beneath crumbling walls as cannonballs and Congreve rockets rained down. From Tenley's position near the eastern defenses, The fort was barely visible, just flashes of light and bursts of sound. Yet one sight remained constant. The faint silhouette of the fort's flag, illuminated each time a rocket exploded in the air. "We've held this long," Tenley murmured to himself, the words carrying a mix of pride and exhaustion. Beside him, Carter stared into the distance, his face smudged with grime but his eyes filled with determination. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight revealed the flag still flying high, tattered but proud. A cheer rose from the defenders of Baltimore, a sound of defiance that echoed across the harbor. In that moment, Tenley felt something stir deep within him, a sense that they had done more than survive. They had inspired. The British, having failed to breach Baltimore's defenses or force the surrender of Fort McHenry, began to withdraw. Their ships pulled away from the harbor, the echo of their cannon fire fading into silence. Tenley watched the retreat with a mixture of relief and caution. "Don't celebrate too soon," he warned his men. "They might return." Despite his words, the men couldn't help but smile. For the first time since the burning of Washington, they had pushed the British back. Tenley allowed himself a rare moment of pride as he looked at his weary but unbroken company. Later that evening, he received word from Colonel Smith. The British retreat was official. Baltimore had withstood the onslaught. Carter accompanied Tenley as they visited the makeshift hospitals. The sight of rows upon rows of injured men was sobering. "Is this what winning looks like?" Carter asked quietly. "It's the cost of freedom," Tenley replied. "It's never easy, but it's worth it. And there it is, isn't it? Isn't it there?" The people of Baltimore rallied around the defenders, offering food, supplies, and words of gratitude. Though battered, the city's spirit remained unbroken. That night, Tenley sat by the campfire, pen in hand. Writing letters to the families of fallen soldiers was a duty he never took lightly. Each name on the list weighed heavily on him, a reminder of the price paid for the victory at Baltimore. And pressed the button one final time, and then he paused as he wrote a letter to the parents of a young soldier who had died at his side. How could words ever capture the bravery and sacrifice of a life cut short, yet he pressed on, knowing these letters were the only connection many families would have to their lost loved ones. When he finished, he folded the letters carefully and placed them in his satchel. Across the fire, Carter sat with his own letter, writing slowly and deliberately. "Who's yours for?" Tenley asked. "My mother," Carter replied, his voice tinged with both pride and sadness. "She'll want to know I'm still standing." As the days passed, the defenders of Baltimore began to relax. The city was safe, and the British threat seemed to have diminished. Yet Tenley found himself unable to shake the memories of Washington's destruction. One evening, he stood on a hill overlooking the harbor. The sight of Fort McHenry, its flag fluttering in the breeze, brought a sense of solace. But the scars of war were still fresh, and he knew the conflict was far from over. Carter joined him, the young private now carrying himself with a maturity far beyond his years. "Do you think this war will ever end?" Tenley nodded slowly. "It will, and when it does, we'll have stories to tell. Stories of resilience, of standing firm when it mattered most." Orders arrived for Tenley's company to join the effort to rebuild Washington. The news was met with mixed emotions. Relief that the British threat had receded, but sorrow at the thought of returning to a city still smouldering from its destruction. The journey back was quieter than the march to Baltimore. The men were weary, their faces lined with the weight of their experiences, yet there was a sense of purpose among them, a determination to help restore what had been lost. As they approached the ruins of the capital, Tenley felt a pang of anger and resolve. This was his home, his country's heart, and he would see it rebuilt, stronger than before. Washington was a shadow of its former self when Tenley and his men arrived. The charred remains of the Capitol and White House stood as stark reminders of the British assault. Yet, amid the devastation, there was hope. Citizens worked tirelessly to clear rubble and rebuild homes. Soldiers and civilians labored side by side, their efforts a testament to the resilience of the American spirit. Tenley threw himself into the work, his leadership extending beyond the battlefield as he helped organize the reconstruction effort. One evening, Carter approached him, holding a brick in his hands. "For the Capitol," he said, with a small smile. "It's not much, but it's a start." Tenley nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "It's more than a start. It's a promise." The efforts to rebuild Washington took on a life of their own, with citizens and soldiers working tirelessly. Tenley marveled at the resilience of his countrymen, many of whom had lost everything, yet still found the strength to press forward. He often visited the ruins of the Capitol, where masons and laborers worked under the watchful eye of architects and engineers. The sight of the first new stones being laid filled him with hope. Each brick, each beam was a testament to the indomitable spirit of the young nation. "Do you think it'll ever look the same?" Carter asked one day, watching the construction crews. Tan Lee shook his head. "No, it'll look better, stronger, just like us." The weeks spent in Washington tested Tan Lee's leadership in ways the battlefield never had. Coordinating reconstruction efforts required patience, diplomacy, and an ability to inspire those around him. He found himself working closely with local officials and community leaders, who often turned to him for guidance. Though the work was grueling, Tan Lee took pride in his role, seeing it as an extension of his duty to his country. One evening, a fellow officer approached him. "You've got a knack for this," the man said with a grin. "Maybe, when the war's over, you'll trade your musket for a gavel." Tan Lee chuckled but shook his head. "I'm a soldier first, but if I can help rebuild what we're fighting for, I'll do it gladly." Amid the hard labor and lingering tension, whispers of peace began to circulate. Envoys in Europe were reportedly negotiating an end to the war, though no official word had reached the troops. The rumors sparked mixed emotions among Tan Lee's men. For some, the prospect of peace was a relief, a chance to return to their families and rebuild their lives. For others, it felt premature, unfinished business, with the British still loomed large. "What do you think, Captain?" Carter asked one night, the firelight dancing across his face. Tan Lee stared into the flames, his expression thoughtful. "Peace is what we're fighting for, but until it's official, we keep our guard up. The enemy won't wait for negotiations to end before striking again." In mid-October 1814, alarming reports arrived from the Northern Front. The British, undeterred by their failure in Baltimore, were amassing forces for an assault on New Orleans. The port city was vital to the United States, its loss potentially devastating to the young nation's economy and morale. Tan Lee and his men were ordered to prepare for deployment. Though weary from months of fighting and rebuilding, they rallied, understanding the stakes. Before they left, Tan Lee gathered his company. "This may be the hardest fight yet," he told them, "but we've faced worse and come through stronger. We'll do it again, for the country and for each other." His words were met with quiet determination, his men ready to march once more. The journey south was grueling, the roads muddy and the weather unpredictable. Tan Lee's men, now seasoned veterans, endured the hardships with stoic resolve. Along the way, they passed through towns and villages where they were greeted as heroes. In one small Louisiana town, a group of children ran alongside their column, waving makeshift American flags. Tan Lee smiled at the sight, his heart lifting despite the fatigue. "They see us as protectors," Carter said, falling into step beside him. "Makes it all feel worth it, doesn't it?" Tenley nodded. It does, and it reminds us what we're fighting for. When Tenley's company reached New Orleans in early December, they found the city bustling with preparations for the impending British assault. General Andrew Jackson, the fiery and unyielding commander of the Southern forces, wasted no time in rallying the defenders. Tenley was struck by Jackson's presence. The general's sharp eyes and commanding voice inspired both fear and confidence in equal measure. The British think they can march in here and take what's ours, Jackson declared to the assembled troops. But they'll find nothing but fire and steel waiting for them. The defenders, regulars, militia, and local volunteers set to work fortifying the city and its approaches. Tenley and his men were assigned to the front lines, tasked with holding a critical position along the Rodriguez Canal. In the weeks leading up to the battle, tension gripped New Orleans. The streets were filled with soldiers and civilians alike, all preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Tenley observed the diverse array of defenders with fascination. Creole militiamen, free black soldiers of the 1st Battalion of Louisiana, and even pirates under the notorious Jean Lafitte had joined the cause. It was an unlikely coalition, but their shared purpose bound them together. Carter marveled at the sight of Lafitte's men unloading cannons at the docks. "Never thought I'd fight alongside pirates," he said with a grin. "War makes strange allies," Tenley replied. "But in the end, we're all here for the same reason." On January 8, 1815, the British launched their assault. Their ranks moved with precision, the red of their uniforms stark against the Louisiana landscape. Tenley's position along the Rodriguez Canal put him at the forefront of the battle. His men braced for the coming storm. As the British drew closer, the defenders opened fire, their muskets and cannons tearing into the advancing lines. The noise was deafening, the air thick with smoke and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Tenley shouted orders above the chaos, his voice hoarse but steady. Around him, his men fought with ferocity, their determination fueled by the memory of what they had already endured. The British pressed forward relentlessly, their disciplined ranks undeterred by the defenders' firepower. From his position, Tenley could see waves of red-coated soldiers advancing, their officers urging them onward, despite the mounting casualties. "Reload, men! Keep steady!" Tenley shouted, his voice barely audible above the thunder of muskets and cannon fire. His men obeyed with grim efficiency, the drills they had practiced so many times now a lifeline. Carter crouched nearby, fumbling with his powder horn. "They just keep coming," he yelled, panic flickering in his eyes. "They'll break before we do," Tenley barked, clapping him on the shoulder. It was a lie, the one Carter needed to hear. The defenders' cannons roared, ripping through the British lines. Smoke enveloped the battlefield, obscuring friend and foe alike. Yet through the chaos, Tenley saw something remarkable. his men, exhausted and outnumbered, holding the line with unyielding courage. As the British assault intensified, Tenley's company found itself under direct attack. The enemy pushed across the canal, their bayonets glinting in the dim morning light. "Hold the line!" Tenley roared, raising his saber to rally his men. Muskets cracked around him, and the sharp clang of steel on steel rang out as the fighting turned brutal. Tenley engaged a British officer in close combat, their blades clashing in a deadly rhythm. His muscles burned, and his breaths came in ragged gasps, but he fought with a desperation born of survival. Finally, he parried the officer's thrust and drove him back into the chaos. Around him, his men fought valiantly. Carter stood firm, his bayonet plunging into the fray. Despite their fatigue, the defenders managed to push the British back across the canal. The British assault began to falter as the defenders poured everything they had into holding the line. Tenley could see the enemy's resolve wavering, their once disciplined ranks now in disarray. A well-timed counter-attack by Jackson's forces further demoralized the British. From their vantage point, Tenley's company unleashed a withering volley of musket fire, forcing the enemy to retreat. "They're pulling back," Carter shouted, his face alight with a mixture of relief and triumph. Tenley allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction. "They've learned we're not as easy to break as they thought." The battlefield fell eerily quiet as the British regrouped, their movements sluggish and disorganized. The defenders had held their ground, but Tenley knew the battle was far from over. By midday, the British offensive had crumbled. Their forces, battered and demoralized, began a full retreat. Cheers erupted among the American defenders as the realization of victory set in. Tenley slumped against an earthwork, his body aching but his spirit soaring. Around him, his men celebrated, their laughter and shouts cutting through the lingering smoke. Carter collapsed beside him, a grin on his face despite the grime and blood. "We did it, Captain. We actually did it." Collapsed. Tenley nodded, too exhausted to speak. In the distance, the stars and stripes fluttered proudly above Jackson's headquarters, a symbol of their resilience and triumph. The battlefield, once alive with the fury of war, now lay eerily silent. Tenley and his men moved through the debris, helping the wounded and gathering their fallen comrades. The sight was sobering. For every cheer of victory, there was the quiet grief of loss. Tenley knelt beside a young soldier who had fought valiantly but would never see home again. He closed the boy's eyes and whispered a prayer, his heart heavy with the cost of their success. "Captain," Carter said softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Ah, we should get back to camp." Tenley rose slowly, his gaze lingering on the battlefield. "We'll honor them," he said firmly, every one of them smilingly. One by one, they disappeared into the forest. The general stopped, listening, and voices floated to their feet. In the days following the Battle of New Orleans, word reached the city of a peace treaty signed in Europe. The Treaty of Ghent had officially ended the war weeks earlier, though the news had not yet reached American shores during the battle. The revelation brought mixed emotions. While the victory at New Orleans had been a decisive blow to the British, it now seemed bittersweet. A battle fought after peace had already been achieved. Tenley gathered his men to deliver the news. "This war is over," he said, his voice steady. "We've done our part, and we've done it well. Now we can go home." A cheer rose from the ranks, though it was tempered by the weight of their experiences. For Tenley, the thought of peace brought relief, but also uncertainty. What would come next for a soldier who had spent so long fighting? The journey back to Washington was both joyful and somber. Tenley and his men were hailed as heroes along the way, their victory at New Orleans a beacon of hope for a nation still reeling from the war. When they arrived in the capital, they found a city in the midst of transformation. Reconstruction efforts had progressed rapidly, with new buildings rising where the old had burned. The sight filled Tenley with pride. He disbanded his company with a heartfelt speech. "You've shown courage and resilience beyond anything I could have asked for," he told them. "Whatever comes next, carry that with you." As the men dispersed, Carter lingered. "What about you, Captain? What will you do now?" Tenley smiled faintly. "Rebuild. Just like the city, just like the nation." Returning to civilian life proved more challenging than Tenley anticipated. The scars of war, both visible and hidden, lingered as he walked the streets of Washington. Rebuilt homes and bustling markets couldn't erase the memories of fire and devastation. He spent hours wandering through the city, visiting places tied to his past, some now unrecognizable, others eerily familiar. At the partially rebuilt Capitol, he stood silently, reflecting on the night he'd watched it burn. Carter, now working as a carpenter in the city, joined him one afternoon. "Feels strange, doesn't it?" he said, gesturing to the scaffolding and workers. "Seeing it come back to life after everything we went through." Tenley nodded. "Strange, but necessary. We fought for this, for the chance to rebuild, to move forward, One evening, Tenley sat at his desk, sifting through a pile of letters. Many were from families of his former soldiers, expressing gratitude for his leadership and sharing news of their loved ones. One letter, however, stood out. It was from a mother whose son had died at New Orleans. She thanked Tenley for his kind words in his letter to her, and for leading her son with honor. As he read, Tenley felt a deep sense of connection to the families who had borne the true cost of war. Their resilience mirrored the nation's, their grief a reminder of the sacrifices made for freedom. He penned replies late into the night, his words carefully chosen to offer comfort and strength. Months later, Tenley travelled to the countryside where he had grown up. The rolling hills and quiet fields were a stark contrast to the chaos of battle. At his family's homestead, he found his younger brother tending to the land. "You're home," his brother said, embracing him tightly. "I'm home," Tenley replied, though part of him felt as though a piece of his soul had been left on the battlefields of Washington, Baltimore, and New Orleans. The days spent in the countryside brought a measure of peace. Tenley helped with the harvest, his hands rediscovering the rhythm of work, far removed from war. Yet at night the memories returned, vivid and unrelenting. While on the farm, Tenley received a letter from one of his former officers, now involved in politics. The man urged Tenley to consider public service, arguing that his leadership in war could translate to peacetime efforts. At first, Tenley was hesitant. "I'm a soldier, not a politician," he confided in his brother. "But you're more than that," his brother replied. "You've seen what this country is capable of, both its strength and its fragility. You can help shape its future." The idea took root in Tenley's mind. Perhaps his next battle wasn't on the field, but in the halls of government, fighting for the values he and his men had defended so fiercely. Tenley returned to Washington with a renewed sense of purpose. The city, now vibrant and bustling, was a far cry from the ruins he had left behind. He began attending town meetings and engaging with local leaders, his presence commanding respect. Though he had no formal education in governance, his experience as a military leader gave him a unique perspective on the nation's needs. One evening, Carter invited him to a gathering of veterans. "It's good to see you back in action," Carter said with a grin. "Feels right," Tenley replied, "like this is where I'm meant to be." Tenley's efforts to unify the city's disparate factions earned him both praise and criticism. He worked tirelessly to bridge divides between citizens who had suffered differently during the war, some losing homes, others losing loved ones. He advocated for programs to support veterans and rebuild infrastructure, often clashing with more experienced politicians. Yet his determination and sincerity won him allies, including those who had once doubted his abilities. "It's not about me," he told Carter one day after a heated debate. "It's about ensuring that what we fought for isn't wasted." Carter nodded, admiration in his eyes. "You've always been a fighter, Captain. You just have a new battlefield now." During a visit to Baltimore, Tenley made a point to stop at Fort McHenry. Standing beneath the massive flagpole where the Star-Spangled Banner had flown, he felt a surge of emotion. The flag, now preserved as a national symbol, represented more than just a battle. It was a testament to the resilience and unity of a nation that refused to be subdued. As Tenley gazed at it, he thought of the men he had led, the sacrifices they had made, and the hope they had carried. "This is what we fought for," he murmured, "not just the land, but the ideals it represents." In the years that followed, Tenley became a respected figure in Washington. His efforts to rebuild the city and support its people earned him recognition, though he remained humble. One evening, he attended a ceremony honoring the defenders of Baltimore and New Orleans. As names were read aloud, Tenley found himself lost in thought, remembering each face, each moment of courage and loss. When his name was called, he rose to polite applause, but felt no need for grand speeches. Instead, he simply said, "We did what we had to do, for our country and for each other." Tenley found that recognition brought with it new responsibilities. His voice was sought in debates about national defense, veterans' care, and the future of the fledgling democracy. While he embraced the opportunity to contribute, the weight of leadership often felt as heavy as his saber once had. Late one night, he confided in Carter over a glass of whiskey, "Sometimes I wonder if I'm the right man for all this. I was trained to lead soldiers, not shape policies." Carter leaned back in his chair, studying him. "You led us through fire and came out alive. That's more than most can say. If anyone knows what this country needs, it's you." Tenley smiled faintly, grateful for his friend's unwavering support. "Then I'll keep at it for as long as I'm needed." As peace settled across the nation, Tenley couldn't help but reflect on the cost. The war had left scars not only on the land, but also on the people. Families struggled to rebuild, and soldiers battled unseen wounds. He began visiting veterans' homes, offering both material support and a listening ear. At one home, he met a former private who had lost a leg at New Orleans. The man, once a vibrant youth, now seemed a shadow of himself. "We gave everything," the private said bitterly. "And for what?" "For a chance," Tenley replied gently. "A chance for something better. It's up to us to make it worth the cost." The 1820s brought rapid growth and change to the United States. Tenley watched with pride as the nation 22 states joined the Union, and the scars of the War of 1820s brightened the narrative that time so frequently. He often walked the streets of Washington, marveling at the city's transformation. Where ruins once stood, there were now stately buildings and bustling markets. The capital's dome, still under construction, symbolized the nation's resilience and ambition. Carter joined him on one of these walks, pointing to the dome with a grin. Looks like they're finally finishing what the British couldn't destroy. They didn't destroy us, Carter, Tenley replied. They made us stronger. One afternoon, as Tenley attended a gathering of veterans, he spotted a face he hadn't seen in years. General Andrew Jackson, now a prominent political figure, greeted him with the same fiery intensity he remembered from New Orleans. "Captain Tenley," Jackson said, clasping his hand firmly, "I hear you've been raising hell in the halls of Congress." Tenley chuckled. "Not quite, sir. Just trying to do my part." Jackson's expression softened. "You've done more than your part. Men like you are the reason this nation still stands." The words, spoken by a man he deeply respected, stayed with Tenley long after the gathering had ended. As the years went by, Tenley's once dark hair began to grey, and the lines on his face deepened. Though he remained active in public life, he often found himself reflecting on the past. He kept a small box of mementos from the war, letters, a torn flag, and the medal he had received for his service. On quiet evenings he would open it, each item a reminder of the journey that had shaped his life. One such evening, Carter visited him, now older but no less spirited. Still reliving the glory days, he teased. He describes his spiritual experiences feeling close to the person who he possessed, and how he could often feel connected to the earth and the earth. "No glory," Tenley replied. "Just trying to remember what it all meant." Tenley's efforts to support veterans and rebuild Washington earned him a reputation as a man of principle and compassion. Though he never sought higher office, his influence extended far beyond the city. At a ceremony honoring the nation's heroes, Tenley was asked to speak. He stood before the crowd, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "We are not defined by the battles we fight," he said, "but by how we rise from the ashes. This nation was tested, and we proved that we could endure. Let us never forget the sacrifices that made it so." The applause that followed was thunderous, but Tenley's thoughts were with the men who hadn't lived to see the day. In his later years, Tenley withdrew from public life, choosing to spend his days in quiet reflection. He remained a fixture in Washington, often seen walking the streets or sitting in Lafayette Square, watching the world go by. One spring morning, Carter found him sitting beneath a tree, gazing at the Capitol. "Thinking about the past again?" he asked. "Always," Tenley replied with a smile, "but also the future. It's in good hands now." As the city bustled around them, Tenley felt a profound sense of peace. He had done his duty, and the nation he loved was stronger for it. Tenley often found himself drawn to the comfort of his small study, where the crackling fireplace provided warmth against the cool Washington evenings. The room, lined with books and mementos from his years of service, felt like a sanctuary. One evening, as the flames flickered, he penned a letter to a young officer who had sought his advice. The letter was part encouragement, part reflection. "Leadership," he wrote, "is not about glory or power. It's about sacrifice and responsibility. You will face moments when fear and doubt threaten to overwhelm you. In those moments, remember the faces of the men and women who trust you. They are your purpose." As he signed his name, Tenley paused, a faint smile touching his lips. The wisdom he offered was hard-won, but he hoped it would serve the next generation well. The news came one winter morning. Carter, Tenley's steadfast comrade and closest friend, had passed away in his sleep. The loss hit Tenley deeply, a reminder of the relentless march of time. At Carter's modest funeral, Tenley stood among the mourners, his hands clasped tightly as the eulogies were delivered. When it came time for him to speak, he stepped forward, his voice steady despite the ache in his chest. Carter was more than a friend, he said. He was a brother in arms, a man who faced danger with courage and met life with an unyielding spirit. I am better for having known him, and we all are. As he laid a hand on the casket, he whispered, "Rest well, old friend. You've earned it." By the late 1830s, Washington had grown into a city of grandeur and ambition. The Capitol dome now stood completed, a symbol of the enduring strength of the Union. Tenley took pride in the transformation, though he often marveled at how different the city felt from the one he had first defended. He walked its streets less frequently now, his steps slower, but no less purposeful. One day a group of schoolchildren approached him, their teacher explaining who he was. The children listened intently as Tenley recounted stories of the war, their wide eyes reflecting both awe and gratitude. As they departed, one of the children turned back and waved. "Thank you, sir," the boy said. Tenley's heart swelled. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice almost lost in the breeze. In the twilight of his life, Tenley sat at his desk to write one last letter. This time, it was addressed to no one in particular, a reflection meant for posterity. "I have seen this nation at its worst and its best," he began. "I have watched it burn and rise again. Through it all, I have come to understand that our strength lies not in our victories, but in our resilience, in our ability to rebuild and endure." He paused, the pen trembling slightly in his hand. "To those who come after, know this. The cost of freedom is high, but it is worth every sacrifice. Guard it well. and honor those who fought to preserve it. With a steady hand, he signed his name and sealed the letter, knowing it would be his final contribution to the story of the nation he loved. Tanley passed away on a quiet autumn evening, surrounded by the few remaining friends who had walked the journey of life with him. As the last light faded, he gazed out the window, the colors of the setting sun casting a warm glow across the city. "Washington is beautiful," he murmured, "just as it should be." His passing was met with widespread mourning. Tributes poured in, not only for his military service, but also for his role in rebuilding and uniting the nation. For those who knew him, he was more than a soldier or statesman. He was a symbol of hope and perseverance. Tenley's funeral was held at the Capitol, the city he had fought to protect, now standing as a testament to his life's work. As the procession wound through the streets, thousands gathered to pay their respects, their faces reflecting the gratitude of a nation. A statue was later erected in his honor, depicting him not as a warrior but as a leader and builder, a man who had dedicated his life to the service of others. Inscribed at its base were the words from his final letter: "Guard it well, and honor those who fought to preserve it." As the years passed, Tenley's story became a part of the fabric of American history, taught to generations as a reminder of the courage and sacrifice that shaped the nation. In the quiet corners of Washington, where history whispers through its cobblestone streets and towering monuments, the story of men like Tenley endures. His legacy is not merely carved in stone, but lives on in the spirit of the nation he fought so dearly to protect. The War of 1812, though often overshadowed by larger conflicts, was a crucible that tested the young republic's resolve. It was a war that saw cities burned, lives lost, and ideals questioned. Yet from those ashes rose a stronger, more united people. For Tenley, the battles fought were never about glory, but about preservation, of freedom, of identity, of hope. His journey, marked by sacrifice and service, is a testament to the power of resilience. Even in the darkest nights, he found purpose, holding fast to the belief that the nation's best days were still ahead. As the years pass, his name may fade from memory, but the ideals he stood for remain eternal. In the quiet moments of reflection, when the stars shine over the rebuilt Capitol, or the flag flutters proudly above Fort McHenry, the echoes of his story remind us all. Strength is born in adversity. Hope endures through hardship, and the legacy of those who rise from the ashes will forever light the way forward.